Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Monday, January 23rd, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $, ORION, NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got Mental Health Motivation, MHM, Episode 1. So I figured we would try to do something, throughout the week. We usually have, random things that we'll do, basketball, a little NBA, a little AEW, or WWE. But I figured I'd have a little bit of structure. We're always going to have games on the weekend, but it's always good to make sure that everyone's mental health is in a good spot, as we're moving forward Monday through Friday. So I figured that this would be good to have that structure, and we can kind of go through it episode 1, 2, 3, and go that route. And we're still going to be going over life. We're going to talk about stories. We're going to go over mental health, 80s nostalgia, food, sports headlines, and anything else that's going on. But I figured, it was time. It's the beginning of the year. It's January. This is something that we did kind of a mental health Mondays where we did that last year in 2022. But I figured if I actually can come up with a name of something that could be mental health related. And it took me a few hours to try to figure out, okay, what do I want to use as like a quote? What do I want to use as, something that could be catchy that I could kind of remember? And then we can kind of go off that. And it took me a little while to be able to come out with the right combination of words and, trying to come up with something that fit me perfectly. And obviously, with someone that, goes through the mental health and, obviously the depression and the anxiety. It's something that I think that we need to talk about. And if I can go through some of my personal experiences and we can share them here on the channel, I think it'll make things a little bit easier. If anyone is having a shitty day or a crappy day, then we can, talk about it. Maybe pull up a few photos in HD or 4K to make things slightly a little bit better. But again, like I said, I wanted to do something a little bit different. And I think this is a good thing because, like I said, I kind of had this spark of idea last year, but I wanted to have something other than just one day a week, like, Mental Health Monday. Great idea. And we definitely did that, through Mental Health Month. And we already know mental health matters. It's really important. And honestly, it's probably the most important thing. It's one of the hardest things to do right now is to really hold yourself accountable for anything, and that's where we really go astray. I feel as just like the human race, it's like we get thrown a lot of decisions, to go right, to go left, to do the right thing or to do the questionable thing. And a lot of times we have a lot of regret, or if we're under the influence, if you're, not sober and you're making wrong decisions with alcohol and whatnot, rather than if you're being sober, it can take you down a dark path and certain things with, tragedy and other, unexpected things that happen in our life can lead us down a bad path, with alcohol and obviously harder things than that, and depression and anxiety. But like I said, I figured, this would be a great time to debut this. I was going to wait till, maybe next week, but I was like, why wait? This is the beginning of the week. It's still January. We're going to do this. And then I'm going to continue to do this. So of course we'll try to do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But again, if there's something big, happening Monday through Friday, then we'll obviously go from like episode 1. Then we got something big on Tuesday. Then we have to go to Wednesday. And then Wednesday will be episode 2. So, we're going to keep it going, and I'm just going to keep, updating the episode, and that'll give us a little bit of structure. And then there's also going to be plenty of other things that we can go over. But I've been dealing with it for quite some time, and I haven't really talked about it on the channel until I actually went full time. And so last year was really the first time I really talked about it, did reaction videos, did a bunch of games, live play-by-play and reactions and things of that nature. But I feel that we started to kind of, grasp a little bit of, being real and being honest and kind of going through these things. And I think that, if you don't talk about these things, it can definitely make life a lot worse. You're holding things inside. So this is a safe place, not only for men and for women. We got a great NWSF community here. And I think this would be a good place for, even little things, doesn't necessarily have to be like a Northwest Sports Fanatics Q&A, a mental health Q&A. But of course, if anyone ever feels free enough or has the courage enough to be able to speak up or have a a question for me or someone in the room, or maybe wanting to get an opinion on maybe things that could help them, I'm always going to go over my personal experiences. And I know, I have some friends and some people thinking like, dude, I can't believe you literally just expose your whole life, on YouTube. But the thing is I don't have anything to hide. I'm not fake. I don't have anything to hide. What you see is what you get. And I feel like, if you can be real and you can be honest and you can be genuine, you have that honesty and that loyalty and that respect, people can see it, and people will gravitate towards that. So I think this is a real monumental day because, again, I wanted to be able to have some structure, kind of like like a episode 1 podcast, episode 1, something that will be other than just the live play-by-play and reactions, which I love to do. Love doing that stuff. And if you're a fan of the channel or a fan of me, or a friend of mine, or if we're family, it's one of those things that we never talk about just one thing in a stream. I mean, sometimes we're going over like 20-30 different topics throughout the stream, depending on who shows up, and we'll still be able to go over NBA, NFL, MLB, NHL, AEW, WWE. And speaking of WWE, they're doing their little anniversary show. I can't watch it yet. I got to wait for the West Coast feed to come through, and I'll be able to get that in a couple hours. But I felt that this was a good time to be able to release this. And we're doing Mental Health Motivation MHM episode 1. And I'm glad that you guys are here, and I'll go through the comments here. And again, nothing's changing from any of the other shows that we do. It just gives us a little structure, based off the title, based off MHM. And we're still going to go over, different things. Like if we're doing this show, like right now I'm watching the Cowboys and the Niner replay. So, I'm still going to be, watching the wrestling and the sports, and we can still talk about sports headlines and everything wrestling and sport related. But it also gives us time that if you want to get a little bit deeper one-on-one with me or people in the room, or just to be able to hang out and feel like you're in a good, safe place, this is definitely for you. And I've also tried to cultivate a better place, for females, on YouTube, especially females that like sports, because it seems like there's not really very many safe places for, I think, females to go to where they feel that they're not going to be harassed or flirted with or threatened. You know what I mean? Or having these kind of petty arguments. And then you get these guys with this dumb narrative thinking that females don't know sports, which is incredibly ridiculous, because I would say probably the females on my channel are probably smarter than most of the guys on my channel as well. And some of the guys on my channel are very, very smart, as we know. And it shows you, I mean, we need to be able to bring people together instead of separate people. And just because if you're young or old, doesn't matter what race you are, female or male, I mean, everyone can gravitate towards sports, and we should be able to accept each other. But as we know, there's just so much shit that's out there, with the racism and sexism. People can act like, oh, it's going to stop. It's never going to fucking stop. But what we can do, at least on our end, is we can try to bring people together. On the outside world, the shit is never going to end. But if we can make a little dent, and have a safe place here, then I know I'm doing my job, and I'm doing something good for my legacy. So let's go through the comments here. Hope everyone is doing well. And I appreciate you guys. Berto in the building. What to do? Sarah's in the building. How are you? Nicole in the building. How are you? Let's get to 100 and donos. And again, if anyone has any type of, comments or any type of things that they want to go over, based off the mental health. And I figured, doing this mental health, based off me having really bad depression and anxiety. And, sometimes, I'll go through days, sometimes weeks, and sometimes you don't really have an explanation. You should be able to get excited for certain things. But as you know, if you have depression or anxiety, you fucking shut down. And nothing gets you excited. You could be watching your favorite TV shows. You could be eating your favorite food, or, having an opportunity to hang out with friends. But you're like, fuck that. Not happening. Everything is closed. The lights are off. You're underneath the blanket. You're watching probably TV or playing on your phone, but you're still mentally not in a good space. And sometimes, if you know what makes you tick, I'm a routine person. So I know with me, I have to make sure I walk every day. I have to make sure I listen to music every day. I have to make sure I'm taking care of my puppy every day. There's just certain things that I need to do. And once you get off your rhythm and off your routine, that's where my downfall is. Once my routine starts, and I'm starting skipping things, my mental health starts going, in a downward trajectory. But I know if I keep things, on a good level, and even when I had my last episode, and that was like last week, so it's not like I haven't had, any kind of depression or anxiety for weeks or months. I literally had about a 4 or 5 day stint just last week. I know some people might think that's a kind of an embarrassing thing to be able to expose, but it's really not an embarrassing thing. A lot of us go through, mental health, depression, and anxiety, and it's one of those things that we need to be able to speak up and talk about it, because if you don't, these are the people that feel that they're alone, that they're a burden on other people's lives, and then they either hurt someone else or they hurt themselves, and then we may never see them again, and I don't want to have that happen with any of the NWSF members. And a lot of us, have gone through the depression and anxiety, are going through it right now, or are continuously battling with it, and they may be battling with it the rest of their lives. Like I feel myself. I mean, I'm not taking any type of prescribed medication for it. I mean, I got dispensaries close because I live here in Oregon. That pretty much does the job most of the time. If any time I, feel that, I need to be able to, maybe feel a little bit different than what I'm feeling right now. And I'm not really a big drinker. I kind of cut alcohol and beer out of my overall, I wouldn't say diet, because it's not something that you're eating, but, out of my routine. And it definitely made me feel a little bit better. And I can kind of go over some of my other experiences to, make sure you stay in line. But there's definitely certain things that you can do to prevent you from hitting the rock bottom and being in the fucking hole and feeling very hard to get out. But ultimately, the only person that's going to be able to get you out of that hole is yourself. So, sometimes you have to look for signs, on being able to get yourself out. Whether that is, you have a good look in the mirror at yourself and you're just, I'm done feeling this way. Sometimes, you have to open up as a female or male, and sometimes even have like a good conversation or a cry. Sometimes you need to let the emotions out. Otherwise it stays bottled in and you don't get better. But sometimes, when you end up having a good conversation or a heart to heart or a cry, even as a male, sometimes just that little bit of emotion, you'd be really surprised on what that can do. And then you kind of see things differently. We have seasonal depression out here in Oregon, probably more than any part in the country, just because it rains. I would say probably 9 to 10 months throughout the year. We usually have a couple months of summer, but it typically isn't sunny throughout the whole month of like July and August. Every once in a while we'll get a little bit of rain or a little bit of weather. But I mean, there's times here where we'll have 10, 14, 17 days in a row with no sun. And that's not good for my mental health. I mean, even if I only see the sun for like 10 minutes, that's better than not seeing it at all. And I know that definitely helps. So, but I hope that we're able to gain some new people this might come up as like a recommendation on there, and we can gain some more, subscribers, followers, and then maybe even people that, want to be able to support the brand, and maybe a possible dono from some of those people down the road. But like I said, my whole purpose, I feel in life is to try to be able to help people. I've had a very long journey. I mean, if you think about all the things that have happened to me and my friends and the people on the channel, I mean, you could literally probably write a book or make a movie, of my story down the road with everything that I've gone through and all the crazy things, experiences that we've had here with me, and also people that are a part of this channel. But if I can end up making a difference in a positive way, and it's not for clicks, it's not for views, it's not for subs, it's not for money, it's just to be able to help people get back on track. And sometimes it's just good therapy for me when I'm fucked up and I'm not in a good space. I know when I don't stream, when I know I should, and it can make things better. Sometimes it takes me a little bit longer, but once I actually, get back in the studio, I feel usually 1,000 times better. Jameson's in the building. What to do? How are you? Let me see here. Is it good? Okay, good. So it's obviously like an anniversary show. Are they actually doing matches on the show? Or is it just a bunch of like old school people? I know they like try to reach out to Tatanka, but Tatanka was going to go see his son's like wrestling district tourney match. And so he wasn't going to be there. So I know there was going to be some surprises and stuff, but I haven't seen anything or any spoilers at all. So Odin's son in the building. How are you? What's good? It's nice to be able to see a few newer people here in the room that I've never seen before, like Berto and Nicole. Good to see you guys. Said my advice, and it's hard no matter how bad it gets, try your damnedest to reach out for sure. But also too, even if you don't have people, maybe you feel comfortable with even, in your hometown or in your hometown state, we have a very good connection here. And a lot of times if we don't hear back from the other mods or people that are, the wrench gang that are pretty important to this channel, I mean, I usually will reach out and that possibly will check up on me, especially if they know, because obviously if I'm not recording, I'm probably not in a good headspace. Because I mean, there's times where we went through like a 6-month run where I recorded like every day for 6 months. So sometimes you can get burnt out a little bit and you got to make time for yourself. But again, this is probably one of the best therapies that I can provide, not only for myself, but for you guys too. So you're not spoiling tonight? Normally you're all about the spoilers, huh? No spoiling? Oh, that's good. That's good. And like I said, sometimes you just have to be able to keep busy. That sometimes is another thing too, having your mind race and you're starting to think of, so many thoughts, and your brain kind of tricks you to think that things are a lot worse than they really are, and you start to get in this negative mindset and you start kind of going downhill, and your brain, tricks you. It really does. It's like, everything can be fine the day before, and then you wake up and then all of a sudden, these bad thoughts and all these things start kind of clouding everything. And then, if you let it happen and you don't, because the crazy thing is like, even when I had my 4 or 5 day episode, I still was walking every day. I was hanging out with Baisley. I still was listening to music. So I was still doing those things, but I guarantee if I wasn't doing those things, that 4 to 5 day experience probably would have turned into like maybe a week and a half or 2 weeks. So you just have to be able to keep strong, talk to people, and go places like this where, you feel good, where you can just hang out and I can throw up some, HD photos, or we can have a little conversation. But I will always try to check up on people. And a lot of people are going through the same thing as me as well. So, oh, really? Old school, huh? Oh, picked off by the Niners, Fred Warner. It's crazy. So I was on, obviously all of us were on like Twitter and Instagram. Can't Cowboy fans ever fucking learn that it's stupid to break your TV and it's stupid to burn your jersey of Dak? I mean, like I said, sometimes the fan base, I don't want to say they're morons or stupid, and not every Cowboy fan is dumb. All right. There's a lot of passionate, smart Cowboy fans, but this fan base, it just boggles my mind. Every year they think it's their year, and they are slowly getting better and better. You're seeing it, but just because they don't win the Super Bowl every single year, these people are just like punching their TV, for views and clicks, smashing their TV, running over their TV. Like, I don't even care if it's an older TV, you know what I mean? Like a little cheap one that's like $50, $100, or a flat screen that's like 300-400, or you're burning your jersey. I mean, it's just, I don't know. You would think Cowboy fans would be smarter, but you don't see every fan base doing that. But it always seems like every year Cowboy fans are doing this. Like, you should learn by now. You got to do your research. You got to watch film. You got to watch the games. You just can't be like, we them boys, and just feel that, it's our year, and you're not even really paying attention. And then all of a sudden they lose, and then you just break all your shit. I've never, ever like had the emotion of my favorite teams, whether it's Ducks, Bucks, Blazers, Mariners, no matter how heartbreaking the loss is, I would never burn any of my fucking jerseys. I would never damage any of my fucking equipment. But again, you know what I mean? It just seems like there's certain fan bases that don't have common sense, and hopefully they'll learn. But, I mean, let's be honest. Even if the Cowboys ended up winning that game, they probably still would have been punching the TV and running shit over with excitement instead of like a rage and fury. But it's just ridiculous because sometimes, obviously, it looks staged. You know what I mean? That they're doing it for clicks and views. And other times it is just raw, just like anger, drunk emotion. But, I mean, okay, I guess if you just want to punch your hand through a TV and have to go buy a new one, then I guess go ahead. But I just never understood that burning jersey and punching the TV and running it over with a car. Fucking stupid. But again, it is what it is. Every fan base has got dumb fans, and not just Cowboys, but every team in the NFL and other teams as well. Robert in the building. How are you? What's good? It's good to see some newbies in here. I'm not really sure how you guys ended up finding the channel, and hopefully we'll get some more people and we can end up getting some recommendations. So hopefully we can end up getting a little bit of growth. I mean, I'm always going to try to find ways, to be able to be original, unique, and also to be able to try to drive some more people here. And obviously nothing is ever going to be done for clicks or views or clickbait. It's, a very important topic to me. And again, it's still going to be the same, throughout all the other shows that we do. It just really depends on, who's in the room and what direction that we go to. And then hopefully hopefully we can get to a point where, we can start sharing stuff, even the newbies and the old school people. That way we can help. Because like I said, if you know me, like I said, in my story, I've gone through a lot of things, in my life. I mean, this is my 11th year of recording. It took me 10 years to go full time. So 11 years total. This is my 7th year on YouTube. I sacrificed a Michael Jordan PSA 9 rookie card that's worth 20 to 30,000 for this channel, for the equipment, the microphones, the speakers, everything like that. A few years back, around 2017, I do everything. I do NFL, college football, NBA, college hoops, MLB, NASCAR, WWE, AEW. I mean, really, there's not anything I don't do. But I think, being able to talk about, life, talking about mental health, talking about 80s or 90s nostalgia, food. And obviously, I'm one of the only channels that brings up like HD photos and 4K photos on whatever topic that we have. And that kind of takes the channel to a whole nother level. We obviously have some great support. I mean, sometimes we'll have less than 20 people in the room, but we can still end up usually hitting a good number. I mean, just about a week ago, we had a $1,300 dono from Shepard Williams. And that was like 10 people in the room. I mean, it's not really normal circumstances, but again, we're not really a normal channel either. And it really shows the support and love, because a lot of times, you're not going to get channels that will have big donos like that, especially if you have not a lot of people in the room, but it really comes down to quality over quantity. But I think that for the newbies, if you come back and you get to know me and you get to know the people in the room, I used to have 99% guys, 1% girls as far as the percentage in the channel. Now we're at 84% and 16% women and females in just like a year. So that's a huge jump to be able to get, females and women here to feel safe at a sports channel. But we do more than sports here as well. And like I said, it's a good place to be able to help with mental health if people are having a hard time. And then a lot of times what people will do, you can donate. You don't have to, but when people do, I'll throw up HD photos of whatever they want to, kind of give them a perspective of feeling good about what they're seeing. And, we'll go down cars, we'll go down 80s movies, we'll do food. A lot of times when I do a game afterwards, the last 30 minutes to an hour, we'll end up doing food, Chinese food, breakfast food, Italian food, pizza, and I'll just find the best photos of anything I can find on the internet, and we can kind of go that route. So I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I really wish, people had more genuine people out there. But the sadness and the problem is there's a lot of selfish people that really just care about themselves. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. A lot of liars, a lot of cheaters, a lot of people that are scandalous, a lot of people that only care about themselves. And, I feel that it's sad that it's that way. It's not necessarily going to change, but every individual has an opportunity to change if they want to. You know what I mean? You don't have to be this person, for the rest of your life. You can definitely make different choices. And usually for me, I really do believe in karma. And if you end up doing the right thing for the right people, good things and good opportunities will happen in your life. It's just like the people, the heavy hitters that donate to me here. Most people, when they get a donation, on the channel, right? You read off the name, you read off the dollar amount, you read off the message. That's it. But when you end up doing it here, usually if it's, a pretty substantial number, over time, usually with me, not only will you get a message from me, here, and I'll read off your comment and do that. We'll throw up some favorite photos of whatever you want. But then on top of that, I usually will message after the stream. And then depending what the dollar amount was, you might end up getting a special gift from me at some point, like an NFL sewn jersey from like Mitchell and Ness, a jacket, shoes, tickets, something that actually is a good gift, not just some like fucking pencil or koozie or some bullshit gift that no one cares about. Like actually showing that, reciprocation and that love back, that, if you're willing to support me, the least I can do is give back. And anyone that is a heavy hitter or anyone that's ever, gotten anything back, obviously if it's something that, you see people like on Twitter, oh, like this post and you'll be, we're going to do a drawing to give away a PS5, and they just drive people to do likes and retweets. They never give anything away. They're not giving away any fucking money. They're not giving away any PS5, but that's what, they try to get suckers, to go in there to like it and to get more traffic on their stuff. And every once in a while you will get someone that is a chill person that will do a real, honest giveaway. But for every one real, honest, PS5 giveaway, there's 100 they're scammers. They're not even going to give it away or show proof. Oh, I'll show proof, they say. They never show proof. And then the people that originally went on there, they just forget about it and then move on to the next post. But yeah, so I definitely wanted to make sure we did something, mental health oriented. And I think it's going to be successful. I really do. We're starting it off in January. It's 2023. I go through it. A lot of the people in the room go through it. And I think this will be, we got to try to find ways to be able to grow the channel exponentially other ways. Obviously, the NFL market, too fucking oversaturated. I do like doing college football, but I'm not really sure if the market is there. NBA is there, and there's not really a whole lot of people doing it, but the NBA is kind of shitty. It's not very good. College hoops is kind of boring, right? Unless it's March Madness. So it's like, okay, what do? I do NASCAR, I do MLB, and I know we'll get good numbers there, but I figured, if we can end up just doing kind of the motivational mental health and just that real talk, and we have that as a title, maybe that'll help drive more people to come. And I think it could be a good thing for us moving forward. And like I said, just being able to be honest and real and kind of share each other's experiences and to help each other out. Because sometimes we can give each other little tips on what we can do to help, with the mental health. And, for me, obviously, it's getting that exercise every day, making sure I'm listening to music every day, cutting back on, certain foods is definitely helpful. And if you can cut back on the alcohol and the partying, it's like you can always do some of that, but depending on how much you are consuming and you're doing, it could really take you down to a deeper level. Because sometimes you think, if I drink or if I do these things, I'm going to feel better. But a lot of times when people end up doing like the hard drugs or drinking or they're partying, right? They think it's a good idea. But then after they do everything and then they wake up the next morning, the bank account is empty. And then you sometimes go into like a depression mode, based on the money that you spent and the way that you feel after. You think it's going to be a good thing, that you're going to let loose and you're going to have a good time. But, sometimes people don't know their limits and things end up getting much worse. And that is big facts. I know. Is it? Yeah, I bet, man. So what would you rate the show so far? It looks like Raw has been on for about an hour and a half. Out of a scale of 1 to 10, what would you rate it right now? A 9? Sounds like it's been pretty good. And are they doing matches or is it just like old school people that are there? H is called Road Dog Butterbean. You're good. Yeah, it's impossible for you not to spoil it for me. Every time something happens on Raw, you're gonna spoil it, which I don't mind. I mean, like I said, I'm still gonna end up watching it regardless of whatever comment that you tell me with. So. Yeah, it's funny that you bring that up. We actually were talking about that. What does his voice sound like? Obviously, it's not going to be like Harry Carey. That's a very distinctive, unique voice, and we already know Harry Carey. He's obviously in the baseball heavens, but I don't know if Chip is for everyone, but yeah, we were talking about that today. So who was he doing games for before that they decided to do with the Cardinals? Was he doing it for like your team? Jameson, like what was going on there? Where was Chip doing games before he got the game there? First hour commercial free. And there's matches. Okay, good. So they're doing like some old school people, and then they're actually having matches throughout. Okay. And you said a 7 so far. That's not too bad. So there's still opportunity to get it to maybe like an 8 or maybe an 8.5 but before the time ends or the show ends. Okay. Good to hear. All right. Well, like I said, this is just going to be like any other show. And like I said, we had son of a didn't watch Raw. But yeah, like I said, anything that you guys want to go over, if you guys have Twitter, like Jameson and a few of you like Cyberpunk and Sarah, if you guys want to retweet, it would be greatly appreciated. Obviously, anytime we can do that, it'll get kind of the word out there. And I definitely feel that there's not enough people that are going over. And if we can actually somehow, get maybe YouTube to recommend, this, because I'm not really sure. I mean, I know there's people that do mental health, like little like clips, mental health, little uploads, but I don't really know of too many people that are going to be doing like mental health shows. I know there's ones out there. I know there's ones that people that do it, but I'm just kind of excited for being able to come up with a name and then being able to do structure with it. So that way it's not like, hey, I drink beer, we talk NFL. I mean, I can always throw up whatever, but it'll just be kind of nice to have a little bit of structure. Episode 1, episode 2, we can go that route, and we'll still be doing all the regular things, but it's just nice to be able to have the structure. Anything that you guys want me to put up on the screen, feel free. It was a very challenging first game with the Bengals and the Bills. We had one of our lower, streams that we've ever had here on the channel. Kind of got a little discouraged and frustrated. Then we went into the next game, and it was a kind of a frustrating stream with that. And then literally with about 10 seconds to go, Cyber came in. Regardless if he donated it or not, that made me feel better. And then we ended up getting a few more people hopping in. And after, I could have ended the stream at like the 3 hour and 30 minute mark, or, 3 hour and 48 minute mark, 4 hour mark. But we almost went for like 6-7 hours. We ended up going for a couple hours after that. And then instead of ending at like $20, we ended up at like 300 something. So, God bless all the goats, to come through. And I know every day is a different day. We're not going to get the same people every day. Some days are going to be really good days for views and potential subs and potential donos. And then other days it's going to be kind of frustrating. But I learned something, about myself, and I learned something about, the channel today. I'm no longer going to get angry and frustrated when we end up getting low numbers and low, potential dono numbers on games. I already know that the NFL market is saturated, and I just have a lot of pride in what I do. And I just have to understand that, sometimes we just don't have the amount of people like other channels, for more people to have more opportunities to donate. So even though that we've been able to hit some amazing numbers with less people, 30 people or less in the room, 20 people or less in the room, I just have to be able to understand that the biggest streams, as far as people, vibe, and donos have been not even games or events. It hasn't ever really been like a wrestling event or a NASCAR event or baseball or football. It's always been streams like this where we're just kind of freestyling, hanging out, and then, people will show up. We'll talk about whatever the hell that we want to talk about, 80s nostalgia, food, whatever, video games, toys, whatever it is. And then we end up having a great time. And then we end up hitting, those big numbers. So now I'm, after what happened, over the weekend, I had to, kind of have some soul searching, and I'm going to promise myself, and obviously with me and Sarah that, I'm never going to get upset anymore. You know what I mean? It just as a pride thing, for me being able to grind it out and work so hard, even with that being said, 11 years in, and this is my 7th year, and, it's like I don't need to have some like crazy ass number, but I just have to come to terms that sometimes, sometimes it's going to be an amazing day, when we do a game. Other times we may only have like a dono or two, and that's just what it is. So I just can't let that ruin the rest of my day, and just know that, the next stream is another opportunity to be able to make up for that one. And we typically don't have more than 1 or 2 kind of questionable streams. Usually we end up, getting back on track, and we have some great support. It'll be nice to be able to see if we can grow this particular way. But I promise myself that, okay, anytime we end up hitting a bad number inside, I'm going to be frustrated, but I'm not going to show that emotion. I'm going to be honest with everything that's going on, but I'm not going to be like that. I'm going to make sure I try to keep my chill with everything. But again, it's like, if you were in my shoes and just understand like what it takes to be able to do this and how much time goes in, even when you're just preparing for one stream, like when you're doing a game. Of course, I'm doing more prep than any other channel on YouTube because I'm doing the photos and everything ahead in advance. No one else is doing that. So that's an additional hour and a half, which I guess I don't have to do, but I enjoy doing it. I know you guys do too. But again, there'll be plenty of other times to make up for it. And even with what happened yesterday, we ended up having a successful day. But I'll be honest, man. Yeah, I did get to a point where I was like, man, I don't even know if I want to be doing NFL games. Is it really worth my time to spend 3 or 4, hours, 5 hours with the prep, for, $5, $10, $20, you know what I mean? But I just have to understand for every stream that we hit $20 or $50, there may be an opportunity on the next stream where we hit $500. So you never know. And it's just about not even being able to make money. It's just, I want to make sure I can give back to the people that support me. That's what really makes my heart hurt the most. I don't need money to go buy the next, Kyries or Kobe's or LeBron's. I mean, it's not ever about that. If anything, it's just, wanting to be able to give back to Sarah, give back to Cyber, give back to Holly, give back to Odin's son or Jameson or anybody else. It's like, I want to make sure the people that are taking care of me understand that I want to be able to give back. And I think we're on the right track. And sometimes, you just have to, kind of have one of those days like that. And, and obviously it led me to try to do this. And I think this is going to be a good beginning for us with the mental health. And it'll just be another thing that we do on the channel and give us another opportunity to grow. Big Jim Cruz in the building. What's good, brother? Fly, Eagles, fly. But unfortunately, you're going to play the only team that could possibly beat you, in the NFC Championship game. And I pretty much called that matchup, 2 months ago. I already knew that both teams that were more than likely going to get there. Bengals have been the hottest team in the AFC. Now Mahomes has got the injury. So I'm not really sure if the Chiefs can win at home if Mahomes is not 100%. And even if he was 100%, they've lost the last 3 times in Cincinnati. So if Cincinnati makes the Super Bowl, I don't think anyone would be shocked. Burrow's playing like he's the best quarterback in the world right now. You know what I mean? We know Mahomes is great. Allen's great. Burrow's great. Herbert's great. And they got a few others. But Burrow, looks like, everyone was always trying to say that he was like maybe the third best. Allen and Mahomes were better. But I'll tell you what, like I've already said, Burrow is a hell of a lot better than Allen. And it's really, to me, and it's been this way, it's been Mahomes and Burrow since Burrows came into the league after the injury. It just has more moxie, more accuracy, doesn't take chances, doesn't throw picks, just a better player. You know what I mean? Buffalo's just overrated. And if they never get a running back and if they never get enough good defensive pieces, they're going to waste Josh Allen's run, kind of like with Herbert. You need to make sure, like we've been saying it for years and years, fucking Naheem Hines, that was great to be able to pick him up with the Zach Moss thing, but that's not an RB1. You know what I mean? Zach Moss wasn't an RB1, right? Singletary's not an RB1. That's an RB2. You know what I mean? Like you got a lot, and then obviously you have Cook. That's like an RB3. Like you don't have an actual RB1. And until the Bills get a Josh Jacobs or a Nick Chubb, they're never going to do anything. They might not even be able to get past the AFC Championship game or even get there, especially if the Bengals and Chiefs keep being the Bengals and Chiefs. And then eventually there's going to be another team that will be able to compete with the Bengals, Chiefs, Bills, and then that other team. Who's that other team going to be? I don't really know yet. We'll have to see as, teams progress, maybe in the future, maybe Miami or some other team like that. We'll have to kind of wait and see. But I mean, the Bengals look very, very good, but also the Bengals could make the Super Bowl again and lose to the Niners or Eagles. But I don't think we're going to be hating on Burrow. If anything, we're going to gain a hell of a lot more respect because, like I said, I've never seen a quarterback in my entire life, and I've been watching football since 1985, since I was 3. I've never seen a quarterback with no offensive line being able to go to the Super Bowl and almost win, like barely lose by a couple points, like 3, right? And then this year, they ended up having Jonah Williams and Kappa, the left tackle and the right guard were out. Kappa's the former Buck. So I was like, oh, maybe the Bills will be able to take advantage. Nope. And they couldn't even do it. So even with no offensive line, Burrow and the Bengals are the only team that it doesn't matter who the offensive line is, that they're still going to be competitive. It may be the difference between, do they have a good pass rush? Because obviously the Bill defense compared to the Niner and Eagle defense, that's a whole nother ball game. You know what I mean? Because we have to think that even though Burrow will get the pub and the love, and same thing with the Chiefs and Mahomes, they're going to give the love and the pub to the AFC teams for the Hall of Fame quarterbacks. But and I know, right, that it's all about balance and having a good offense and defense. And the Eagles and Niners are better than the Bengals and Chiefs. It's clear. They got the offense, they got the defense, they got the total package. You just can't have a good offense and a so-so defense and think you're going to win it all. I mean, sometimes stuff like that will happen. Like you could say that with the Chiefs beating the Niners a couple years ago. Chief defense really wasn't fantastic, but they got enough. And obviously they got Jimmy to fuck up in the fourth quarter for them to scrape by and win. But when you don't have a very good defense, the most that you can ask for is like you're barely winning, by like maybe 3 to 10 points. You're never going to blow anyone out in the Super Bowl, especially if your defense is sketch. And a lot of times, you're going to have problems. But True, but the thing is, if you guys would have gotten Dallas, you would have beat the brakes off of them, and you would have known it too. Everyone knows that if Dallas would have somehow won that game, they would have lost by fucking 10 or 20 in the NFC Championship game, just like the Giants got their ass kicked, because Dallas can't play in Philadelphia. But the San Francisco 49ers can play on the road. Bengals can play on the road. So honestly, I could see any combination of these four teams making it. But the shit that kind of irks me is that Mahomes is hurt, and I wish he wasn't. You know what I mean? Because, like, we don't want any excuses. If the Bengals win, that'll be 4 in a row against the Chiefs, and you just want Mahomes to give everything that he has. You know what I mean? But I don't think it's really going to be the Chiefs' offense that's going to lose the game for him. It may be the Chiefs' defense, because the Chiefs' defense is better than the Bills' defense, but it's nowhere near what the Bengals' defense is with T-Rex, Hubbard, and obviously the guys up back in the secondary as well, like Von Bell and Jesse Bates III. Those 4 guys are studs. But if you look player for player on the offense and defense, the Eagles and Niners have the 2 best teams collectively in the NFL. You know, if you look at Eagles, Niners, they're up at the top, then the Bengals, and then the Chiefs are probably the 4th best team. I know that sounds crazy, you know what I mean? But until you get a better defense, or you replace Spags and get a better defensive coordinator, they need to be able to make a change. But yeah, but also, you know, you rather have the Niners, but also too, there's a good chance to lose. I mean, like I said, the Eagles are great. We all know that. They were arguably the best team in the league for 3/4 of the season. But again, you know, you have to, like you said, to be the best, you have to beat the best. And honestly, the NFC Championship game and AFC Championship game might end up being better than the Super Bowl. You know, the Super Bowl might end up being good. You know what I mean? But a lot of times that AFC, NFC Championship game. And right now, I feel like the Bengals have a little bit of an edge since Mahomes is hurt, which anyone would think. And even if Mahomes wasn't hurt, I still give a little bit of the edge to the Bengals. And then with the Niners and the Eagles, I don't know. That it's probably the most 50-50 even matchup in the last probably 15 years. I can't remember another matchup where, you know, the home team is going to have the advantage. But with the Niners and the depth that they have, I could really see that game going down to the wire, last possession, and the game could be decided by 7 points or less, 4 points or less, 3 points or less. I don't really know. It's like I said, this is like the first time where I could see any combination of the 4 teams, or, you know, the Chiefs play some kind of Jordan game, you know, like Michael Jordan flu game, and Mahomes can barely move, but somehow the defense plays good, picks off Burrow a couple times by some miraculous tipped interceptions or something. Chris Jones plays like he's Lawrence Taylor, and somehow they squeak out a win, you know, by like 3 over the Bengals or something of that nature. I mean, anything can happen, but definitely these are the 4 best teams, the last 4 that are in, and anything could happen. But it looks like we're not sure. You know what I mean? The Bengals definitely could go all the way. Chiefs could go all the way. But it just seems like the NFC teams, once again, are the best teams in the NFL, just like the Buccaneers were and the Rams were. And remember, the reason why those teams won the Super Bowl against the counterparts in the AFC, because the AFC doesn't have defense. You know, the NFC teams have offense and defense. Buccaneers, both sides of the ball. Rams, both sides of the ball. And that's really what it's going to come down to. It's one thing, you know, if you're the Bengals, Chiefs, and the Bills, and you're playing a bunch of shitty teams in the AFC that don't have any fucking defense. The NFC always has better defense. And even though Dallas fucking collapsed, even Dallas as a well-rounded team, you know, they have better offense, defense, you know, as a collective unit, even though we know Dak makes mistakes. But obviously, you know, being the 3rd best team in the NFC is nothing to shake a stick at. But again, Dak being Dak, the play calling being bad. The last play was Zeke hiking it, and then them getting drilled. They thought they were going to do some like, you know, hot potato, and they, you know, it's like another, you know, fuck up at the very end of the game. But bottom line, at some point, you're paying. You know, if you're thinking about paying Dak money, you may need to move on from Dak. You need to move on from McCarthy, and you need to move on from Kellen Moore. And it sounds like maybe Dan Quinn, you know, will be gone. So if that ends up happening, the Cowboys are going to go reverse instead of getting closer and closer, you know, to the NFC Championship game. If Dan leaves, and, you know, depending on what they do, and obviously not having Tony Pollard with the broken leg, that hurt. Because if Tony Pollard didn't get hurt, the game would have been closer. Still think that the result would have happened with the Niners winning. But again, when you start throwing the ball more than running the ball, and Zeke was not very effective, they needed Tony Pollard in that game for him to be effective, for them to be close or to have a chance. And since he went out, that was really the deciding factor. And again, Dak in big games, you know, he's still a good player, but he definitely chokes. It's just he's got to be able to find it. And it's like you've had Amari Cooper, you have CeeDee Lamb, you Michael Gallup, Dalton Schultz. You got these weapons, but again, it's not only Dak, it's also the play calling that's coming in with him as well. So we'll have to kind of see on how all that plays out. Katanya in the building. How are you? Missed you. How are you doing? Figured we start a little mental health thing and, to be able to try to help people. A lot of people are going through the depression and anxiety. Still going to be doing the regular show where we talk NFL and everything else. But I figured it would be a good opportunity to be able to discuss, things like that. So I hope you're doing well. Oh, you have surgery. Wow. Good luck with that. Prayers up. I hope things end up working out for you. And obviously, having a new baby, recently within the, obviously getting a little bit older now within the last few years. Obviously, that's going to be pretty challenging, but we always love having you stop by in the room. And Katanya obviously roots for the Atlanta Falcons and Alabama, living typically either going back home and living there or living in Oregon and, kind of bouncing back and forth or visiting and whatnot. But I hope things are going good for you in your life, for you and your baby. So do the Niners, so there is no guarantee. I mean, of course, Eagle fans are going to be confident, you know what I mean? But that's like the one team that you didn't really want to see. I mean, I guess if you want the best to be the best, but if you wanted the easy way out, you definitely wanted the Cowboys to win because you would have crushed them. But the Niners legitimately could beat Philadelphia. I don't think there's very many teams that could beat Philadelphia. And I think maybe the only team that might be able to do it is San Francisco. I mean, I don't know if there's anyone else that's battle tested, that has a good coach like Kyle Shanahan, that's got, O-line, D-line, defense coaching, Halufunga, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa. I mean, just as good as your defense is, they're right there with you. I don't really think there's necessarily an advantage anywhere. Running backs, wide receiver. I mean, you guys are literally 50-50. And normally the home team has a little bit of an advantage. But if you have a battle-tested team like the Niners, I don't think it's going to matter. It's really going to be about the execution, the penalties. And, if you guys can run the football with Miles and Boston Scott and the rest of the guys, or if you guys get shut down, whoever's running game gets shut down, then who's going to be able to make the adjustments on the fly? Is it going to be Sirianni or Shanahan? And we'll see who the better coach is at the end of the day. I know we've been saying this on the channel and everyone on planet Earth has been saying this for like 2, 3, 4 years. As soon as Josh Allen got there, it's like they just keep acting like the running back position doesn't matter. Josh Allen is not a running back. And if you can't have good balance, and plus no Von Miller, but the rest of the defensive players aren't good. You know what I mean? Like Ed Oliver is not Warren Sapp. Like a lot of their players are just not that good. Like they're kind of like names, but they don't really play well. Like, it's like they have like names that you think that would be like talented, but it just seems like in big games, they just shrivel up and they just fold. So I don't know. We already know the Chiefs and Bengals and Bills are going to be there, but the only way the Bills are going to get to the Super Bowl or get past the Chiefs and the Bengals, you definitely have to beef up that defense. Even if Von Miller was there, that still probably wouldn't have been enough. And the running back, you have to get a Nick Chubb, Josh Jacobs, a top 10. If you don't get a top 10 running back, you're never going to end up getting to the Super Bowl. At least I don't see it, unless Burrow or Mahomes get hurt and you just by default, get in there, because other teams that are good have injuries, but it is what it is. So yeah, it's 50-50. It's 50-50. You could go either way. But again, whoever wins that game in the NFC Championship game is going to feel really good about their chances of being champion at the end of the day. Because they know whatever team wins, Eagles or Niners, they have a better team than the Bengals or Chiefs overall, offense and defense. So that's facts. Oh, you did? I'll have to take a quick look. I know. I'm always trying to find good backgrounds. I'm always trying to find the good HD photos, stuff of Oregon, or, I always can mix things up, and I always try to bring up all the HD photos. I mean, it just depends on my mood, so sometimes we'll be, boom, we're doing the NFL games. Maybe we're in the studio, right? And then maybe, I want to be like in spring and summertime where we're somewhere tropical, where I got the palm trees and the sunset. This is kind of like a summer background, right? And then you got like the nighttime background when it's like going to be, about, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock where the sun is about to set, and you kind of have those vibes, right? It just depends on kind of how I'm feeling, or, sometimes we're in winter, you get in those kind of winter vibes, or you're in a little winter wonderland, you know what I mean? But I really like this one though, because with Oregon, it's very beautiful here. And anyone that's ever visited, even Catania, sometimes it's hard to go back home. You live in Alabama, you live in New York, you live in Chicago, you come visit Oregon and you actually see what Oregon has to provide. And you're like, wow, like this is so much different than where I live, and just the mountains and the trees and the lakes and the rivers and the camping. I mean, we still have the downtown stuff. You can go to the beach, but it just seems like 2 hours in any direction, you can go somewhere and have a blast. I mean, if you want to go to a Blazer game, 30 minutes away. You want to go to Ducks or Beavers, hour and a half, 2 hours away. You want to go to the beach on the Pacific Ocean, 2 hours away. You want to go camping, 2 to 3 hours away in any direction that you go. If you want to go to the slopes and you want to ski or snowboard, 2 hours away. I mean, literally, there is so much to do out here, and it's just so beautiful. Not a lot of crime. I mean, obviously, you're going to get like crime in like bigger cities. If you're talking about like Gresham, and which is kind of like a hood. It's more like Portland is kind of, they got the homelessness, and you got some crazies that are down there as well. But I don't really spend my time down there. But every big state is going to have kind of a shady area, a shady city that's bigger, that has got some questionable people and things that are going on. But I try. I always try to make sure that I step my game up and I give myself something relaxing to look at, and also something for you guys too. So that's big facts. Yeah, Erwin R. Scheister, baby. Absolutely. Oh, looks like we got some cash apps in here. Wow, I wasn't even expecting anything. I mean, like I said, at this point, fuck, man. I mean, I was frustrated as hell too, because like I said, after we ended up doing like the Bills, and I think what was the Bills and the Bengals, I think we had one dono after like 4 hours, and the dono was from Sarah. You know what I mean? So sometimes you don't have enough people in the room, or things are going on, but that was rough. You know what I mean? And then the second one, I think we only had maybe like 2 or like 3. And like I said, one dono could end up being $1,000 or $1,300, or it could be $1.99. You never know. But like I said, I feel like at this point, I just have to come to terms. Anytime that I do a game, I can't have any expectations whatsoever. And plus we usually get better results when we do streams like this, and I feel like I'm making more of a difference. The other one's a little bit more for like entertainment and whatnot, and we can still have fun doing that. It just would be nice, to be able to get a similar number, when I'm doing this type of stream, to help people's mental health, where we can get something similar on a consistent basis, like when I do games and whatnot. But until we get the channel bigger, then I'll have to kind of scale back my expectations. But it's not like I'm trying to be like, well, we got to hit 500 today. Shit, we hit 200 on a goal every stream for like 6 months straight. And then COVID, and, a lot of the gas prices went up. People had different situations. So then I just lowered it to 100. So, if we're doing 4 or 5 hours, it's only like $20 an hour. So it's not like some crazy goal, just trying to get what I feel I'm worth, if I'm spending this time and grinding it out. And sometimes you'll hit that, but sometimes, you'll hit 50. Sometimes you'll hit less than that. And I just got to be able to take the good with the bad, and knowing that if we end up having a difficult stream, maybe the next one will be better. And if it isn't, then maybe the next day will be better. Sometimes you just got to be able to know when to take your L and not get frustrated, and just understand that you always have another day to be able to make a difference. And there we go. So possibly, man, if you message me and let me know, it's definitely possible. Big Jim Cruz. All right, we got 2 donos in the bucket already. Well, you tell me. I mean, like I said, I fucking do more than any other YouTuber on YouTube. I mean, I'm doing fucking NFL. I'm doing college football. I'm doing MLB. I'm doing NASCAR. I do NBA. I do March Madness. I do WWE. I do AEW. I do freestyle streams. I do, mental health. I mean, fucking A, man. I'm doing a lot of things. But again, if I did uploads, the whole time, then I'm going to be homeless. I'm not going to, of course I can get subs and I can get views, right? But if I'm not able to get enough to be able to pay rent, I mean, if I just stop doing live streams, right, and I'm just doing uploads, we definitely would be over 20,000, and we'd be getting a good views on certain videos, and some views would probably be a little low. I mean, depending on the topic. But again, if YouTube and the algorithm is against me, right? And if I have like 20,000 subs and they're notifying 10 people out of 20,000 I'm live, how is that fair? So I'm already getting, worked against like that. So, I mean, there's other things that I can do, but also I have to, be calculated in what I do. I just can't be like everyone else. I mean, again, this is my full-time job. I've been grinding for 10 years to go full-time. So it's not like I'm just doing this for the first time. I'm like 3 months in or 6 months in or 1 year in. So I'm always trying to do as many different types of things, to be able to grow. But again, with certain things like football, the market is too oversaturated because not only do you got the big boys at the top and YouTube promotes only those 3 or 4 big channels, but then you got about 1 billion other people that think that they can do it as well. And a lot of them can't, you know what I mean? And so all those other people that got a few people in their room could be going to other channels like this. So it's like, you got a lot of people that are trying to compete in a market, and some people have talent, but there's a lot of people that try to do like live play-by-play and reactions and they're not good. It's just, you're just like oversaturating the market. And I get it. If you see one person, grinding it out, maybe you think, maybe you think that you can do that as well, but we'll see. Yeah. Yeah. I could always, try to do something like that too, but it just depends on the timing as well. Because like I said, the girlfriend here works from home as well, usually from 7 a.m. till a little bit after 4. So I don't have time to do stuff in the morning. You know what I mean? I can't get in here and work because she's on the phone and talking to clients and working with people and doing orders. So I'm not able to even get in here, until after 4 o'clock. And then I, have that window 4 or 5 o'clock until maybe about like 10. You know what I'm saying? So, and like I said, I used to do, like reaction videos, but you never get to know anyone doing those. So I really like to be able to communicate and get to know people. And obviously it's not all about the subs and the views, because again, I could just do uploads all day and all night, but then I'm going to be homeless because I'm not going to have any money. So it's like, you got to be able to pay bills and pay rent, and uploads don't do that. I mean, you could be getting 50,000 views, 100,000 views. You're not getting jack shit, from the revenue. People, like, unless you're getting like 1 million views per video or 500,000 views per video, then you're getting money. But if you're just getting, 100,000 or less, or even 50,000, 20,000, 5,000, 8,000, that's nothing. The monetization for that shit is nothing. So just being honest. I mean, it's just true. So, I don't know on this particular format. I imagine there's ways that I could go through that and make it a short and there, and do that. But yeah, I might have to try to do something like that. But usually I try to focus on what I got going on for that particular day. But yeah, maybe. I mean, like I said, it just depends, I guess with the shorts and whatnot and, Instagram and Twitter and trying to get there. The bottom line is that when, unless you understand what it's like to be me and the numbers, because I'm a numbers guy and analytics and everything is calculated. Not everyone is on the same fair playing field. So it's like you can do shorts and you can do this, but that doesn't mean people are going to see it. YouTube decides who sees what. They decide who gets recommended for videos and who gets seen and who doesn't. It's just bottom line clear, because I can look at all the numbers and I can see what's going on. So I mean, I wish it was just so easy where I could just be like, yeah, I'll start doing some YouTube shorts, or, I'll start doing this and then that's going to make me blow up. It's not that simple. You know what I mean? The algorithm has changed. And if you actually go look at the algorithm and look at all the different things, it's very hard for a lot of people to be able to get movement, especially like, okay, if you're a brand new channel, right, they're going to give you movement because you're not making any money. So they can promote the channel and have people come to you. And that's kind of how they did for us when we first started. We were getting views, we were getting subs, but we weren't making any money. You know what I mean? Because they were just putting their own ads on our stuff, getting 10,000 views, 2,000 views, 8,000 views, 50,000 views, gaining subs, but we're not making anything. And they're just putting their own ads on our stuff. And then as soon as, you have an opportunity to try to make your own money, then they cut you off. You know what I mean? Unless you're one of the top dogs where they can feed off you and eat off you, and they can make more money off of you. But I mean, it would make sense because it's not like I'm at 200 subs. I'm at almost 20,000. All I need is a little bit of a push, to go from 20 to 25 and maybe 30 to 50, and go that route. But I'm always willing to try different things. But again, everything has to be calculated on what I do. I mean, I can't waste any time. I have to make sure that I'm putting myself in a position to win. So, yeah. I may have to try to look into that, see if I can figure out how to do that. So algorithm. But again, it's all about quality over quantity. Because again, we've broken records, with donos here with like 10 people in the room, 15 people in the room. Sometimes I'll get donos that people would have to have 1,000 people in the room, so it's not very common when you have like 10 people in the room and you're at like 1,500, or if you're at like, 15 people in the room and you're at 1,200. That's pretty unusual. But again, we have some special people here. So, yeah. Easier said than done, you know what I mean? But we'll see. We'll see if that is something that is possible that I could end up doing. All right, we got some donos to go over. Mr. Williams, my boy. I haven't seen him in the chat, so I don't know if he's there or not. But we're already off to a very good start. $69 dono. Doesn't matter how many people we have in the room. We find a fucking way to get it done. $69 dono, my brother. Mr. Williams. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Cactus Jack approves. Bang, bang. $69 dono, my dude. Appreciate you. Mental health all day, every day. I appreciate you. And he's always going to be donating for the mental health. Appreciate you very, very much, Mr. Williams. I don't know if Mr. Williams is in the room. Sometimes he has to, work and he's not able to stay in. So we'll see if he comments if he's in the room or not, or if he'll come back. Sometimes people will do like drive-by donos and help me out with that. And then we got Sarah with a $5. Appreciate you. Sometimes without Sarah, I wouldn't know what the hell I would be able to do. You definitely need to be able to have a team, and we got a great one here. Thank you, Sarah. But I'm also going to have people hop on the show with me as well. I'm always just trying to do things a little bit different than anybody else. Like I said, a lot of people, they'll never take, like if I'm pulling up photos, for example, I could always just pull up shit that I like, but I like to be able to do things for the people and whatnot. It just makes me feel good to be able to try to make a difference in people's lives if I can, even if it's something as small as, throwing up a couple photos or having a little conversation. So $5 dono from Sarah. Appreciate you. We're already getting close to the goal, and that's awesome. Sometimes we'll go hours and hours and hours with nothing. So great start. Appreciate you guys. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Mr. Williams and Sarah need to let me know what I need to do for photos, and I'll get you some corgis as well. And I'll throw up some Dodgers stuff for Mr. Williams, but I'm not sure if he's still in the room. But even if he's not, I'm still going to do it. So I don't know. With the shorts and some of that stuff, it's kind of gimmicky to me. You know what I mean? It's like the shorts kind of remind me of like TikTok and shit, and I'm not about that life. But I know obviously that's a way to be able to gain views and possible subs, but you're not necessarily getting a lot of subs from shorts, though. You get views, you're not getting any donos. So all you're getting is people watching you. But just because they watch your short, that doesn't ultimately mean they're going to sub to you. You could end up getting 1 million views on a short, but that doesn't mean that any of those people are going to fucking go to your channel and actually sub to you. You know what I mean? It's like TikTok and some of those other things. And there is opportunities to grow there. I won't debate that. You know what I mean? So maybe it's going to be a little trial and error, and maybe try it and see, what happens. But again, it's like, views and subs aren't as important to me as they were before. You know what I mean? Because like I said, I'm still able to go full time, and I've been full time for a year. And a majority of the streams, we have 20 people or less, which is fucking insane. Because normally if you have 20 people or less or 15 people or less, there's no way in fucking hell you're able to go full time and be able to pay your bills and pay your rent, and let alone give back, to the fans. So that's one thing that I've proved, to people that, if you got dreams and goals and you're a grinder, you can make it happen. But it's all about the quality rather than the quantity. I would rather have, 15 or 20 goats, that really love me and the channel and will support, and any number of them could donate 100 to 500 at any given moment, than have 100 people in the room and no one's donating, and they're a bunch of kids or trolls or just a bunch of assholes. So so just because you have a lot of people in the room doesn't mean the channel is necessarily going to be successful. You might have a bunch of looky-loos that, they may not even sub to you. They're just watching you. The ultimate sign of, respect is not only getting someone to like you, watch you, sub to you, but then obviously the biggest gesture is if someone will be willing to donate for your dream, especially if this is my full-time job. So yeah, YouTube is not fun. You know what I mean? It's definitely a fucking grind, and it is what it is. But I am glad, that I have a platform that I can be able to express myself. And if you really look at where the channel was and where it is now, I mean, it's been so many different facelifts, and I'm really proud of the channel and where it's come from where it was at the very beginning. I mean, like I said, from going from just doing reaction videos to doing everything now, it feels good. And the best part is the community, to be able to gain the closeness with the mods and the community. That's the best part. The subs and the views and the donos are great, but the actual communication and the vibe and the togetherness and the teamwork and just being able to have that click is nice. It feels really good to be able to have people that got your back. So, all right, let's get some corgis up here. I'm going to get some Dodger stuff here first for Mr. Williams, Sarah, and then I'll get you some corgis real quick since his came through before yours, just barely. So one sec here. God, everyone is watching Raw, and I'm not. I can't wait to watch. But you guys all get the Midwest East Coast feed, and I don't get it here until I don't think I get it until 9 o'clock, because you guys get it from 5 to 8, and I think I have to wait till 9 to get it, I believe. Let me take a look. I gotta scroll up here. Oh, I got a NASCAR race. What is this? NASCAR race, Bristol from 07. Oh, I'm watching. All right, I've already watched this Niner game yesterday from. All right, here we go. 297 laps to go. Greatest races, FS1, Bristol from 2007. Yes, please. And I'm already itching. We got Spurs and Blazers on as well, so I can always click on there if I want to. And then where is Monday Night Raw? There it is. Okay, I get Monday Night Raw at 8. So I guess it does come on right when you guys end. I get it. So I'll get Raw in 54 minutes. So. Appreciate you, Mr. Williams. Oh, no. You would have been there like hell. Like you probably would have been there within the first 10 rows, huh? Like if you were there, huh? I appreciate that. You know what I mean? Like, and like I said, I was pretty much the one that was running the show even back then. I mean, I was the one doing the research. I was the one, doing the thumbnail. I was the one that was doing a majority of the talking. You know what I mean? And sometimes, things happen. There's a lot of duos, that start off as duos and then they end up breaking off. You know what I mean? And it's never like necessarily I fired anyone. I mean, I definitely could have, but it also is better that I didn't. So there's no guilt on my end. All the guilt is on the other person's end, because that was the person that decided to walk away thinking that they could do a better job than me. But if you don't have work ethic, right, and you want to work whenever you want, and you're not able to keep up on a steady schedule, and then you want to be able to leave at halftime, and you want me to be able to pay you for donos when you're not here. I mean, that's crazy talk, for all the hard work that I'm putting in. So, sometimes things happen for a reason. Obviously we had a good run for the first couple years. And, like I said, it's not like I'm going to record with that person ever again, but I think that the channel is in a better place. And like I said, it's just, better to be able not to rely on anybody else, because sometimes when you end up having a duo or a trio, things happen. And it's not only my channel. Like if you look at like Sports Fury as well, they used to have two guys that do it. Now one guy got replaced by Roca, from the other guy, the Cowboy fan. So it used to be those two guys, the Bears fan and the Cowboy fan. And then the Cowboy fan's no longer there anymore. So they must have had some kind of falling out. And then Roca, the Niner fan, he was doing his own channel. And then now he's doing streams with, the other, Chicago fan, so, things happen. Not, it's like Mike and Mike, on American Pickers, Mike and Mike on ESPN. Everyone thinks just because you record with someone that you're best friends, but ultimately a lot of times that's not true. It's just that you have a common interest in sports, or whatever it is. But a lot of times there's a lot of jealousy, envy, a lot of haterade that's kind of been drinked, on the side. They're drinking it on the side a little bit, trying to act like it's not bothering. And sometimes, relationships break up, and sometimes it ends up being better. And I'm in a better spot now than what I was before. So Calvin in the building, what to do? How are you? Yep, that's true. What's good, Calvin? What's good, bud? WrestleMania. Nice. How you doing, Calvin? It's been a while. How's school? How's your animation? How's everything going, brother? I'm just going to throw up a couple things here. I don't even think Mr. Williams is even in the room. He's probably working, but it doesn't matter. I just still want to be able to show that appreciation and love. So give me a couple more photos here for him. And if he ends up typing and he's in the room, then I'll give him a few others. But man, it's a special thing when you get people that when they're even busy and they can't come through. Or maybe they're just listening, and they're working and they just can't type at the moment. So that happens sometimes with people as well, like Mr. Williams and Cyberpunk in the past. So. Oh, I got Jimmy Johnson out there. Bristol 2007. Okay. But I appreciate Mr. Williams always supporting for the mental health. $69 dono. Get him a little Dodger love. We got NASCAR and baseball coming up right around the corner, which is great. Good for my mental health. So once NFL ends, I'll have something to go into. And let's see here. And then we'll go. And I got to hit him with at least a Ram photo. So let me hit him with, obviously, a very tough year after winning the Super Bowl. But a lot of the other Rams fans are kind of like Saints fans. I told you, it's like they're not going back to back. Yes, they are. Everyone wanted to argue, but it shows you how difficult it is really to go back to back. But you might see the Bengals go back to back. But again, that's a different animal. Just like Aaron Donald, a different animal. And then let me get you some corgis as well. Oh, you did? Dude, congratulations, man. Awesome, man. Congratulations, dude. And I always like having you in here too. So, I mean, I know you're a busy guy. Anytime you can come through and hang out, even if it's just for a little bit, it's always good talking to you. We can always banter and we can talk baseball. We can talk football. We can talk a little bit of everything, but there hasn't really been a whole lot to talk about in the NFC South. We all are fucking garbage and we all stink. I guess we can go to like Mariners and Astros. We'll be talking about that. Maybe you'll come through when we have a couple matchups against each other as we go in. You guys are still going to be one of the best teams in baseball. And then the Mariners are trying to get to your level and to get a little bit closer. And I think in a few years, we're going to get there. I mean, it's going to be Astros, Yankees, Mariners, and there's going to be a couple other teams like Blue Jays. I think those are going to be like the main four, but there's also going to be a little bit of movement as well. I know, man. Well, hey, Jeremy Pena, you got lots of great players, but no more Verlander though. So, I mean, even though he's getting older, but, you guys are always going to reload and recoup. But it's just a good sign for the Mariners that we're not going to get pushed around anymore. And as long as Julio's there, pitching still has to be better. But at least now we're not an embarrassment with Julio. We are going to be able to, I think, get further into the playoffs as the years go along. And that's exciting. You know what I mean? I love going there. And like I said, I went to a few games last year. I told everyone I was going to get a Julio ball. I did. I told everyone I was going to get an Aaron Judge ball. I did. Pretty crazy, with those opportunities, and especially Julio winning Rookie of the Year and Aaron Judge with that 62 home run performance and whatnot. It's like, most people will never get a ball from either one of those guys or even close, regardless if it's a foul ball, home run ball, or a ball thrown into the crowd after an inning ends. It's just almost impossible to get a baseball. It's like you're never going to get a football ever unless you're sitting front row, and Cam Newton ain't playing no more. So it's like and if you get a ball in the front row, you're already fucking rich as fuck. So, I mean, it doesn't really belong to someone in the front row. You ain't going to be able to bring a basketball from an NBA game. So really the only way to get a piece of memorabilia is if you go to a baseball game. So, you know what? Well, you didn't get to watch a game and they were garbage. You already know that. Bucks are garbage. Saints are garbage. Panthers. I mean, I didn't even want to go to the playoffs. I was really rooting for Panthers, Saints, or Falcons to go. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. And obviously we know Bowles and Allen are not head coaches. It's like we could try to get excited and see if it's going to be, but obviously the OGs, the Hall of Famers, Sean Payton and Bruce Arians are the truth, and everyone else, they can act like they can be a head coach, but some people are just better as a defensive coordinator or an offensive coordinator. it's very hard to make that transition for that leadership. A lot of guys get overwhelmed, and sometimes you just find that calling plays is a lot easier than calling plays and being a leader, especially if you don't have good communication skills or you're fake. Like if you're trying to do rah-rah, but you're not like real and genuine. Do you really care about the players? Do you care about their family? Do you care about their well-being? Or are you just this fake rah-rah guy? You know, and a lot of times if the players feel you're that fake rah-rah guy, they're not going to listen to you. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I agree. Carmichael and Allen both need to go. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. All right, let's get some corgis for Sarah here. Anything we can do for mental health. You got anything specific that you want to see for photo? I mean, I don't know how long you have. Normally, you don't have too long before you stay in here and you dip. But if you got anything specific, you want to see Jeremy Pena? Of course, you don't want to see anything Saints related. I don't think anyone wants to see anything NFC South related until any of our fucking teams get good again. But if there's anything anime or anything that you want to see, let me know. I mean, like I said, I usually do these streams for mental health just to, you know, if anyone is having a tough day, I can kind of make things a little bit better. So. Okay, no worries, man. Odin's son, that's my boy. The original OG, the very first person that donated to me. That's cool. So Big Jim Cruz coming in on February 5th. Let me look at the calendar here. I mean, like I said, I'm always willing to meet up with people from the channel if they're coming here to Oregon. Like actually Shepard was supposed to come to Oregon and work the Portland airport because he works at different airports, but he had to do a reschedule and then he had to go to like New Mexico or you know, Arizona or some other location and whatnot. But there's going to be a few of y'all that will definitely be meeting up with you. Royal Rumble photo. I got you. No problem. Thank you, Calvin. You didn't even need to donate there. I appreciate that you did, though. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. All right, let me get a couple more corgi photos for Sarah. I can even throw a Shih Tzu one up there too. I know you like the Shih Tzus. You like dogs like me. Appreciate you, Sarah. But it sounds like most of everything is pretty good for you overall. Sounds like it. Sounds like you're doing pretty good. Staying busy. Mental health hopefully is good for you as well. All right, let me get you one more photo here. So what is everyone, Sarah, you're still watching Raw. What are you rating it right now on a 1 to 10 level? So Odin had it at a 7 after like an hour and a half, but I imagine it's gotten probably a little bit better since then. At least I would hope so. Corgis, cute dogs. All right, let's get some Royal Rumble. Do you got anything specific, Royal Rumble? Oh, I think everyone knows who the Royal Rumble pick is. It's a cheat. It's Cody. Because, of course, they're only going to be able to give the opportunity to like 2 or 3 wrestlers, and that's it. You win the Royal Rumble, you get a chance at the belt, right? So it's not going to be just anybody. It has to be a big-name person to go against one of the big-name stars. So, you know, you have to look to see who has the belt, who's going to be the matchup. So that's my pick. That would be Cody. They should have kept that a secret that, you know, that he wasn't, we didn't know if he was going to be back yet, because once you release that I'm back for the Rumble, well, shit, then you already know that you're going to win it, you know, because they already kind of sounded like when him and Seth had the best match of the year when he tore his pec. And it seems like the WWE fans like the crossover from him being Stardust, going to AEW and then hating on, Triple H and WWE, and them seeing the way that they were loving him in AEW and then bringing him back because he wants to, him and Brandy, he wants to try to be like his dad, Dusty, and try to have the championship one last run before he decides to, have other adventures in his life or whatnot. But I think most of us, if you're a wrestling fan and you're paying attention, I would say 9 out of 10 people are going to say Cody number one. And that's my pick. There's only a few people that are worthy, though, like Cody, Seth Rollins. You know what I mean? Like, for me, Seth should have the belt. You know what I mean? But, again, they're doing this whole bloodline thing way too long. So, all right, let me take a look at Royal Rumble. Maybe I can find, like, an old-school Royal Rumble photo. See if I can find some like old stuff, like Royal Rumble from like back in the day. Oh, baby. Oh, I got to be able to format some of these. Oh, there's some good ones. Okay, come on. I got to at least get one of these to format. 1990 Royal Rumble. I'm going to try to find some of like the old stuff. Unless you have a specific year. If you got a specific year, Calvin, let me know, but I'll give you some fire. $1.99, my boy. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Big Saint fan, big Astro fan, and a good guy, Calvin Griffin. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Cactus Jack approves. I appreciate you, brother. And there's one right there. Woo! Ultimate Warrior. Can we see who's all in this photo? All right, we got Jim the Animal Neidhart. We got Ultimate Warrior. We got Tito Santana. I can't really tell who he's grabbing the neck of somebody that's facing down, and I can't really tell who's in the turnbuckle sitting down and who Ultimate Warrior is beating up right there. But I definitely know when is because obviously you had Tito Santana and you had like Rick the Model Martel from back in the day. But I recognize some of these guys. $1.99. I'll get you a couple photos. You got a specific year, you let me know. $76. Let's get to a hundo. But yeah, I got Cody. You have no time. Yeah, you're a busy guy. Oh, it's an 8. Nice. Yeah, Royal Rumble is Saturday. Bianca, yeah. Well, last time that I read, The Rock is not going to be in it, and he's not going to go against Roman for Hollywood WrestleMania because he's not going to be able to be in good enough shape to face Roman, as that's what he said. That could all be a work, and we could end up getting The Rock and Roman at WrestleMania and Hollywood. But based on if Rock was being truthful, then it's not going to be him. He has other projects, movies, $7 Productions, XFL, all this other shit that he's got going on. So at some point, The Rock will have a matchup. But, I mean, we don't want to see, like, Stone Cold and Roman. I mean, we want to have Stone Cold work a match with someone that can wrestle. You know what I mean? I don't want to see Stone Cold and Roman. I don't think we would ever see that anyways. Stone Cold would be doing, like, a gimmick match against someone else, They already did the Kevin Owens and Stone Cold, which I have a photo of right here. That actually was pretty entertaining. And Stone Cold trained for 2-3 months to get ready to at least not embarrass himself in the ring. And I mean, I'm a big Rock Stone Cold guy. So yeah. Well, Riddle's got to get off the drugs though. That's why they suspended him, because he's doing too much of the drugs, not weed. So, but yeah, I love Drew. I love Kevin Owens, Seth, Cody, any of those guys. We'll have to see what angle that they go with. Junkyard Dog, I got you. Love me some Junkyard Dog. Yes, I appreciate you. Yeah, well, I guess, as far as wrestling shape, I mean, he is one of the most, physically gifted athletes, but I think there is a wrestling shape so he doesn't get winded out there. And I assume that if The Rock is going to be in a match, it's not going to be a 5-minute match. It's probably going to be a 15 to 30-minute match. And I imagine that's just the endurance part, being able to run back and forth into the ring and, just being able not to get winded. And we already know he's in fantastic shape, but I think there's like, bodybuilding, weightlifting shape, and actually wrestling ring shape and being able to maneuver off the ropes and whatnot. I know it sounds silly, but I would assume, I mean, if you haven't been in the ring, Rock has a reputation. He doesn't want to come out there and look like shit. You know what I mean? If he's going to come out there, he wants to be like The Rock, you know? So he is in great shape, but I think he was talking about endurance and wrestling shape, which makes sense. So, but again, he is one of the most talented, hardworking, in shape people. Motherfucker wakes up at like 4 a.m. every day. I mean, you know, it must be that because he's my brother. You know, we were both born May 2nd. So I don't know what that is with us being the Brahma Bulls. But yeah, he definitely has got the work ethic. That's facts. All right, let's get the Junkyard Dog for you. $1.99. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Let's get the Junkyard Dog on the screen. Appreciate you, Calvin, very much. Jake Paul going to box Morgan Freeman. Oh, man. Mr. Williams. Hey, I didn't know if you were busy earlier. What do you want to see for photos? I brought up a couple Dodger ones. I figured that maybe you were busy and you didn't have access to your phone and you just kind of did a drive-by dono. So I just wanted to give you a little Dodger love. I know you're probably busy and you don't have a whole lot of time, but thank you so much for your mental health dono. And I just try to give you a few Dodgers and a little Rams there for you. I appreciate you. If there's anything that you want to see, let me know. And thank you so much for your generosity, man. We miss you. All right, let me get some Junkyard Dog on here. How are you doing, man? Mr. Williams, how's your mental health? How's everything going? Oh, I got 222 laps to go. I'm on FS1. I'm watching Bristol from 2007 while I'm just waiting for Monday Night Raw to come on here for me in Oregon in about 34 minutes. Oh, no shit. They actually have a Junkyard Dog ringside collectible figure, like a newer figure made to look like the old figures. This is cool. And they even have an elite one. Oh, this is dope. Oh my gosh, I have to show you. And it even comes with a chain. Oh my gosh, I have to show you. Look at this, Calvin. I mean, I'm a big figure collector. I love collecting wrestling figures. It's like my thing. One of my favorite things to collect. This is dope. Because like the other one is like a simple figure. This one has all the articulation with the stomach and the arms and extra, stuff that comes with it. Look at this. Oh my gosh, bro. And even with comes with the chain, dude, that is killer. I would buy that. That's awesome. The Ringside Collectibles always has like elites that are exclusive with their company. And they always have like really cool stuff, like stuff that you're not going to be able to get anywhere else. That's very cool. But let's try to get another photo of just him. Let's see here.
See, the left rear is flat. I don't think Robbie had anything to do with that, but the left rear is down. I believe that splitter sticks out past the bodywork some. I think that's.
Yeah, when I think of Junkyard Dog, I think of Hercules.
Looks like they made contact.
There's a few wrestlers, in that time period, that you can always remember. Back in like the 80s, Honky Tonk Man. Like there's always going to be those certain guys that like you played in the video games, but you just kind of remember, you kind of group them together. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. I might have to go back later tonight and watch, some old school. I love this one because it's got the chains on. That's awesome. I mean, there's a lot of images, but a lot of them are like blurry or they look like shit. You know what I mean? But that's a good one. Let me see if I can find one more for you. And let me know if you want to see anything, Mr. Williams. I got you. Well, this was next to the photo of and I've seen this one before, but this is a cool one. This one's got Macho Man and Ted DiBiase in it, so I'll just bring that up since it's a fucking fire HD photo while I find another Junkyard Dog for you, for your viewing pleasure. Fucking sweet.
Now, that seemed to happen very early in the race. Front-end damage to Stewart's car as the race on pit road, and once again, Casey Mears will be the beneficiary of the free pass.
I'm getting more and more nervous, though, about the 20-car pit stops. I mean, yeah, they're having...
Imagine if you ended up finding like because you know how they have like a bunch of wrestling collectibles. Imagine if you were able to find the actual chain. Like that would be worth some good money too. I imagine he still has it. But the junkyard dog collar and chain, like what a cool memorabilia piece. I mean, sometimes you'll find certain things like Mankind's mask. Like sometimes these wrestlers will try to find their old memorabilia. You know, there's certain warehouses of WWF stuff and like big collectors that will pay big money for a lot of that stuff. I mean, I know if I was rich, I would be trying to collect, you know, like some boots or belts or, you know, the little belt, like the wrestling belt, like Cody wears, and he takes it off and gives it to fans sometimes. That's dope. I would love to be able to, you know, if you were able to get like a Cody Rhodes, like wrestling belt, you know, that's got his name on it or whatever, like that, to me, that's like one of the coolest things that you could get as far as like a giveaway to a fan. Like Bret Hart, you did the little cheap glasses, which was pretty cool, but the actual belt, you know, like, you know, Hogan would have one. He'd beat people with it back in the day with NWO and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, that's why I figured, you know, I can do this, you know, mental health motivation, and we'll actually do, you know, keep track, episode 1, episode 2. So that way we have structure instead of me being like, you know, like before I drink beer, we talk NFL, because I'm not really drinking beer anymore and I'm not really drinking. So, I mean, I'm still doing gummies and, you know, doing the pre-roll thing. My new favorite thing right now, though, is to try to get some really awesome pre-rolls, and I'll go take Paisley for a walk. And so if it's like late at night, you know, I can be anywhere, you know, and no one's around. So I can just, you know, spark up and, you know, go for a little walk and enjoy myself and listen to some E40 Be Legit or listen to some music, Pilo or whoever, and, you know, have a good walk, and things are good, man. Yeah. And like I said, just being able to spend time with the goats, I know things will get better. The longer that you're away, you know, I know we miss you and we worry about you. I know sometimes you're good, sometimes you're not, like just like a lot of us. Sometimes we're good, sometimes we're not, but we always enjoy having you in the room. But also, I know you keep yourself busy, so that way you try not to get yourself into a hole, just like myself. The more you stay busy, the less you have time for your mind to wander and have negative thoughts and other things. So thank you so much for your support. I appreciate you. Oh, you did? No way. You did? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Because I actually, here, this one, I'm going to bring it up because I have, hold up. Do you have this one? Do you have the thumbs where you stuck the thumb up the guy's ass? Like, and you did the thumb wrestling ones, the thumb wrestlers. So they had like Hogan and Junkyard Dog, and you would put your thumb and there'd be a hole in the butt. And then you'd put your thumb in there and you do like the little thumb wrestling thing with the guys. You couldn't really move the legs or the arms, but they had different options. But here's one. The thumb wrestlers. I have the Hogan. It's like from mid 80s, like early in his career. I'm not sure if you're talking about this one or the other one, but I'll show you. So here's this one. I have a couple of these ones from back in the day, from the mid 80s. They have the hole that you put your thumb in, but then they also have this one. I mean, I love figures. I mean, that, like I said, I like collecting cards and posters and Sports Illustrated, but I think toys probably is my favorite. You know what I mean? Just because I was kind of poor growing up, I didn't really have a lot. I had some, but it's just something I like to collect. There's another one, so I'm not really sure which one, but I imagine maybe it's one of those. Good to hear, man. Good to hear, Mr. Williams. Oh yeah, and I have bushwhackers. I actually have a couple sets of bushwhackers in the other room. I should actually go grab them. I can show you. $1.99. He said, last one for the bushwhackers. I used to run in the house and try to attack my dad doing the bushwhacker thing. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Yeah, but I got 2 of Luke and 2 of Butch in my other room. Love me some bushwhackers. But I used to, you know, and then I would just chase my dad around the house and I would just start hitting him, you know, and stuff. You know, obviously I'm just little, so it's not going to hurt my dad and stuff. But there was one time when he was sleeping on the couch and I did the Macho Man elbow drop on him, probably when I weighed like, you know, not a bunch, but it's still probably 80, 90 pounds when he's not expecting it. And he fucking got pissed. But, you know, when you're a wrestling kid, that's the type of shit that you did. Or you had the little wrestling buddies, you know what I mean? Boom, little DDT, you know, on the bed or on the fucking ground and body slam, throw it against the wall. You know, everyone had at least one of those. Or if you didn't have a wrestling buddy, your friends did. Yeah, let's get some bushwhackers up here for you. Luke and Butch. Those are my guys, dude. And obviously they weren't the best. I mean, there was like Legion of Doom. That's my favorite. Demolition was cool with the, so Bushwhackers were kind of like, an odd duo. You know what I mean? But I don't know. That's why I liked them. They were just different. There was no one that was really like them. And like I said, I still got the figures even to this day. Very cool. Luke and Butch. Okay, I got you. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah. I mean, if I ended up winning the lottery or being rich, then that would be the first telltale sign if you see me, with wrestling belts. But yeah. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you. I'm always trying to evolve. I'm always trying. Not that one, the other one. This one. Yeah. They're cool, man. Holly in the building. How are you? All right. Let's get some mental health and let's get some cool stimulation here. So we're going to do monarch butterflies migration. Have you been watching like Nat Geo or something? I've been watching a lot of Nat Geo lately. History and Discovery. I've been watching a lot. I mean, my first go-to is cartoons like, King of the Hill and Simpsons. But once I get a couple hours of that in, then I usually try to go to those 3 channels and see what I can do to make my brain smart and just challenge my brain. Yeah, I got you. Lots of animals and, whatever we look at, even if we look at like the Northern Lights, there's always going to be something that I can put up that's going to be soothing, looking good. I mean, nature is so beautiful. That's why I like being outside so much. Especially living out here in Oregon. It's like, if you're one of those people that doesn't go outside, but it just sucks with this younger generation, it's like everyone is, always playing video games and they don't really get to appreciate. Like when we were younger, like, before pre-internet, you still played video games inside, but there was still a lot of time that was spent outside. But it just seems like that concept of, come back when it gets dark type thing. And, it's like you don't really get people that really spend a lot of time outside anymore. Everyone's always on their devices and, being toxic on the internet. Yeah, anything food or animals or mountains or lakes, anything like that can be very good for the mental health for sure. No problem, man. Yeah, but it's one of the, worst things, but it's a good thing because, if we weren't able to have the internet, then we would never know each other. Like there would be no way for me to be able to know, like I have better relationships with a lot of you guys than I do with my own friends or people that claim to be my friend. Like I only got a couple people that I really hang out with at all. I hang out with Preston. I hang out with Justin. That's it. And Paisley. I don't hang out with anybody else. I hang out with 2 people. Like there's other people that want me to hang out, but I just know if I hang out with these other people, it's going to lead to booze. And then if I hang out with the booze, it'll lead to maybe them doing other things that I don't want to be around. So it's just better off that I just spend time with Paisley, work on myself, work on my dreams, my goals, spend time with you guys. And plus, I'd rather hang out with you guys than a majority of those people anyway. So, but it's funny. Remember I told you about the guy that does the beats, right? And, I've been trying to tell him all this information of what he should do. Now, after 2 years, after me telling him, you should, do Instagram and Twitter, and, you don't necessarily have to do a TikTok, but, instead of doing your beats on SoundCloud only where no one's going to see them, even though Busta Rhymes saw it and messaged him, and even though it didn't lead to anything, Busta Rhymes probably stole some of his shit or whatever, right? But it didn't lead anywhere. But now he's finally like upgrading the equipment, and he's actually recording himself like in the process of like, doing the keyboard and the beats, making the sounds with, different instruments, and then going and then showing like the cut to the screen of like, the different waves of the music. I was like, bro, I told you to do this like 2 years ago. So at least it's cool that finally, it like resonated that, oh, maybe that idea would work. I was like, well, you know what I mean? I've been doing this shit for 11 years here. I mean, if anyone, it's like I'm self-made, on here. I'm the only one that that's full-time. It's like, I'm not stupid. I'm going to try to, help you out. And like the guy's really talented. Like I said, I think he's one of the most talented people that I know, but he just didn't really believe in himself. Or, he was always working at like, some odd construction jobs, and, he would like do dirt biking. And I was like, bro, you're not going to make it pro dirt biking or anything. You're just doing it as a hobby. You want to drink and get drunk and hang out with your friends and ride dirt bikes and do jumps. That's cool. But when you have talent, to be able to make a difference with your legacy, with your music and your beat making, like I said, you just got to believe in yourself and grind. But he just never had the work ethic. Talent was always there. But now he's starting to like get the upgraded equipment, and it slowly is starting to look like he's going to be like committed, but even with that being said, it's probably going to take some time for him to be able to get enough, views and, get enough people. So maybe he can get monetized, but at least he's going in the right direction. And the guy is super talented. Like I said, he's one of those guys. If I didn't think that he was good, I wouldn't talk about him or say it. But he's one of those people that, if he actually got in front of the right people, someone would buy his beat for like $5 grand, 10 grand, 100 grand. He's that talented. I mean, he's been playing piano since he was like 3, 4, 5 years old. He's in his mid 20s. So he's like, mid to late 20s. So I'm a little bit older, but we've been friends because we used to work at the same sales place. So we worked together at a couple places and whatnot. So I've known the guy pretty well. But again, it's just maybe just that self-confidence and maybe not like believing, but he actually sent me like a reel. And so I got to see like, he actually lives right down the road from me now. So it's kind of crazy. I haven't even been to his place yet, but a lot of times I'm working, you know what I mean? Or he tries to get like free information from me for like betting. I was like, bro, he's like, he like earlier today, he like gave me some like random name of some like basketball player. I'm like, bro, I don't know. I was like, dude, if you want to do the betting thing, he's like, you got to do your own research, bud. You know what I mean? But I mean, unless I know offhand, but it's just kind of cool to see him, actually like, put in the work. But if he would have listened to me early on, I can only imagine where he would be now. But at least he fucking finally listened, and he like commented on the comment. Because like when he sent it to me, I was like, hey, it's kind of funny, man. I told you exactly to do everything that you're doing right now 2 years ago. And he laughed, you know what I mean? But sometimes I guess it takes a person, in their own mind or someone else to say, I guess you don't respect my opinion, but you had to have someone else tell you. And then it finally clicked. But it's just, at least he's trying. So that's good. And we'll see where it goes. So. All right, let me get some photos here. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Well, you're always working and doing other stuff too, so. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Toxic. Ooh, look at that beautiful photo. That's a different photo than the other one. Because the other one had Rachel on the other side and Mama on the other side. You guys got to take a couple photos. Nice photo. You and Mama Townsend. I got Holly with a $5. Let me get. This one always is good for my mentals right here. This is really good for me. These are some of the best, like the Aurora Northern Lights. These are, we're not talking Northern Lights and we're talking weed, even though we do have Northern Lights a lot here in Oregon, but we're talking about this this is really good for my mental health. I got a couple really good ones here. Let me delete some of these other ones. The Bushwhackers. Appreciate you, Calvin. Little junkyard dog as well. Some old school. And then I'll go into whatever you guys want to do. Some of these, I would love to be able, like when they have those like programs on like Nat Geo, when you can like rent one of those like see-through like igloo things and everything is just like glass and then you can just look at the lights as you sleep or rest. Like I would love to be able to do that someday if I was like rich enough to be able to do that for like a night or two and just to be able to be right there and have that view with the stars and the lights. I think that would just be like life-changing, you know, just like I don't even know how to describe how I would feel with that. Some things are just so naturally beautiful on planet Earth. And I feel that this is one of the top, like maybe 10, like amazing things that you could, obviously it costs money and you have to get there. But I mean, I've always had a lot of intrigue and with stars and constellations and everything like that. I mean, of course, my name's Orion. So of course I'm going to be interested with a lot of that stuff. So.
Yesterday's Bush race, Carl Edwards said Denny Hamlin was going to be the guy to beat here today. His practices have been awfully fast. They had troubles with the car. They dialed it in, and right now it's just a big race.
Some of them, it almost looks like fake, you know what I mean? Like, this is this real? You know what I mean? With like colors, but yeah, the colors are crazy. All right, one more, and then we'll go with whatever Holly wants here. I like that one. Obviously, the stuff that I can see, like water and ice and the colors. This one I like with the stars. And then that one is really good. I like that one. That one's pretty good, too. Just that nice, beautiful scenery. Anything with water and mountains and snow and just the views. Always good for my mental health. Obviously, with the background with Oregon waterfalls and whatnot is always nice. Holly with a $5. Appreciate you. Beautiful photo. You and Mama Townsend. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. $5. Holla. And I figured, we're going to do the mental health motivation. I tried to come up with some kind of catchy name and something that we could use as an episode. So anytime we have streams, during the week where it's kind of, nothing really going on, then we'll just, label it episode 1, episode 2, just so that way we can have some structure. And then obviously when we do games, we'll have those for like live play-by-play and reaction. But I just wanted to have something before it got to February that we can start something new. And then that will be something where we still talk about sports and wrestling and food, but we can just kind of do mental health and life stories and kind of uplift each other and then just have a little structure with the title and everything there. And I think that'll be good. And I think at some point it'll hopefully get recommended to some people that aren't a part of this channel. Like we had a couple people early on that must have got notified that are not a part of this channel that came through. There was like 2 or 3 people that I did not recognize. Maybe Sarah knew the girl that came in earlier, but I think there'll be a good opportunity. I mean, I'm not really sure how the algorithm is going to work for straight like mental health stuff, but I figured it can't hurt. And I do love talking about it, and it's always good to be able to go over those experiences as well. Holly with a $5. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Let me know what you want to see. Animals, Tommy, a little bit of both, whatever you want. Let me know. Bang, bang. I got you. And I appreciate you. I mean, it's like I said, it's like therapy. You know what I mean? Whether people want to admit it or not, but I feel that we get more done here with therapy and real talk than a lot of people get at all in their life with people in person. So, and that's something that I'm really proud of because it does take a lot of courage to be able to open up and talk about things, to feel safe. to feel that you're not going to be judged or threatened. And as we know, a lot of channels are just too toxic nowadays, and I will never let this channel get that way. Absolutely not. Is that me? Oh, you flipped it. Oh, okay. So Rachel's on the other side. Ah, nice. It's like, Rachel, bye-bye. There's no room for you in the photo. Only me and Mama Tommy. Oh, yeah. Because because with the you can only fit the pixels and the size of the photo. Hey, it still looks good. I don't think Rachel's gonna mind. Hey. Yeah, me too. No, really. You wanted to be on the local news, like on Channel 6 or whatever, like back in the day. For me, is like, since I'm obviously, my name is Orion. I've always had a fascination with like aliens and the stars and the planets. Like, I got all kinds of books that are still in my childhood bedroom with all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's always been something that's always been, very fascinating to me. See, I learned something new today. I always like to learn something new about everyone or just in general. And I learned something new today. I did not know that. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a lot of people. I mean, it was just like a couple. But I mean, at least it was, names that I didn't recognize. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, we already know that the NFL market is oversaturated, right? And they obviously like certain big channels and they don't really help out a lot of the others. It's kind of, you have to fend for yourself. So I got to be able to find other ways to be able to try to, if I can't grow big right away, that's fine. But just to get some new people that potentially could be a fit. Not every newbie that comes in is going to be a fit here. You know what I mean? I feel like even when Elliot said he can come in the room after being gone for 2 weeks, he can be in the room with a lot of the goats and a couple newbies. And within like a couple minutes, you can already tell, is this new person going to be someone that's going to be like a good fit? Or is it going to be kind of like a trial period, like wait and see? So I think a lot of times we all feel it. We can all kind of get that vibe if it's a good fit for us here or not. So. Yeah. Wind chill. There we go. All right. You have anything specific that you want to see? Mrs. Holly, wind chill? Wind chill. What would you like, wind chill? And I know Sarah, watches Ryan Hall, y'all, and he's like the storm chaser. Sarah's always going to be, looking at, and then I know she also was looking at the like abandoned. They had like the abandoned mall tour and stuff. So there's always going to be some interesting things that you can get suggestions from people in the room. I'm not necessarily going to be, going to something like that, but I think it's kind of interesting. I mean, like I said, just all about the connection that you have, and especially if you have stuff that's like this, like close to you. And of course, if you live in the Midwest, you guys have more crazy weather than we really do here in Oregon. Really, the only thing that we're afraid of is like a tsunami if you're at the coast or the beach when it hits, so that way you get the fuck out of there so you don't die and drown or whatnot. But other than that, I mean, we don't really have a lot of tornadoes or earthquake. It's really just if you're on the coast and you live there or you're visiting, just like the chance of an earthquake and a tsunami when you're there, that's really the only fear for us. Or if the tectonic plate, from the fault line, San Andreas fault, like if that fucking happens, then yeah, there's going to be a lot of damage through Washington, Oregon, and California, but I'm not really sure when that might happen. Not like the movie with The Rock, but obviously we know it could be very bad. So David in the building, how are you? Yeah, I'll try to find some good like tornado stuff or storm stuff. Some of this, though, it may be like CGI because you get all these like photos like grouped together. Like I got to see which ones are real or which ones are like fake. I mean, sometimes you can't really tell. Now you got to be kind of a crazy mofo to be a storm chaser. I mean, because a lot of them, it's not like they get like, a couple miles away. They're like close, because they want to get that good shot, You got to have a little bit of crazy to be able to be a storm chaser for sure.
When I say I've been living Athens for years, that doesn't mean I've been on a diet for years. Of course, there are times when I want to go out.
See if I can get some other landscape photos here for us too. Something that's a little bit more lighter, more brighter. Not that the storm, storm stuff is kind of like, it's not like a negative thing, you know what I mean? But it's just kind of dreary and kind of, I want a little bit more uplifting, Let's go like something like this. There we go. Let's get some beautiful background. All right, let me make some more room here. Yeah, and I apologize. You have to deal with so many asshole NFL fans. Sports fans can be sometimes awesome, but God, some people are so toxic, Or you get people like the Cowboy fans that will never learn, and they lose again, and then they start punching their TVs and running it over with a vehicle and throwing it out the window or punching it. It's like, dude, every single year you see Cowboys. You don't really see a lot of fan bases doing that, but it seems like Cowboys every year, and maybe that's another part of the reputation. It's like you don't really know a whole lot about football, obviously. You know what I mean? And some people, you can dress up and be a fan, but if you're only watching a little bit, or if you're not really reading or watching film, and you're just an occasional fan, or you think you're a hardcore fan, like I would never burn a jersey. Like if I was a Cowboy fan and I was mad at Dak, I would never burn a jersey. I never would punch a TV. I never would throw a TV, run over it. I don't know. Not a lot of Cowboy fans have common sense. I know there's good fans and there's douchebag fans of every franchise, but it just seems like there's a lot of dumbasses that are Cowboy fans. Not all of them, but it's just like a lot of them. It's like, all right, you know what I mean? It's like, what did you think was going to happen? Obviously, if you didn't watch the Niners all year, did you really think that you were going to get the same result against the Bucs, against the Niners, if you haven't watched them all year? Or you were just blindly thinking that you were going to win? And they probably now have to make a change because Dak chokes in those big games. They probably need to get rid of Dak, get rid of the coach, get rid of the OC. And then Tony Pollard broke his leg. That's the big part of them losing. But if Pollard didn't break his leg, I think the game would have been closer, but I still think they would have lost. The Niners were the better team. The Niners could go all the way. Niners could win the Super Bowl. The Eagles could win the Super Bowl. Chiefs could win the Super Bowl. Bengals could win the Super Bowl, right? You're just not in that same category. You're on the tier below. It's like you were the third best team in the NFC, but you're not as good as the Niners or Eagles. It's clear, you know what I mean? But maybe to them, it's not clear, and they just assumed that they were going to go all the way. But I bet.
Johnson confirmed as the driver who will get the free pass. He had just been overlapped by Denny Hamlin.
All right. What do you want me to look up for keywords for like weather stuff? Anything that you want me to specifically look up? I'm trying to think of like what keywords. I can always look up like tornado stuff. I'm just trying to think of what typical photos, nature, and other things that I can bring up. You guys have some keywords or things that you want me to look up? I can. Obviously, I just want good vibes, and whatever you guys want, I gotcha. But some of these Oregon photos are always good for me. Yeah, especially where you guys live, like in the Midwest, that shit can get pretty scary. Living in obviously, if you live like in the Panhandle, or if you live like, if you live in the South, there's a lot, obviously in Florida and that general area. I couldn't even imagine living there. Imagine just building your life or moving there, and then all of a sudden, within a day or two, like all your stuff's gone. I don't know, that would just be heartbreaking. I never could live there. I could visit, but when I got stuff like this in my backyard, I don't know. I don't know if I ever could leave. It's too beautiful here. Odin is back. How are you? Oh, I got Monday Night Raw is about to come on. All right. Jeff Gordon is coming out of the pits here. Bristol 2007. All right. Let me check real quick to see. I got the Blazer game against the Spurs, probably losing by 1 billion. What's the score? Oh, it's tied 57-57 second quarter. But they've already lost 10 games So this, if I watch this, then it'll be the 11th, but I'll go to Monday Night Raw. Looks like it's about to come on. Law and Order is just wrapping up, and then I'll get Monday Night Raw here in like a minute. So.
You shouldn't be going after anyone. You're lucky you're not under arrest.
And here's Loma Falls. This is a famous spot that a lot of people like to go hike and enjoy. Not too far from my place, maybe like an hour away or so. Very beautiful. But you can actually climb up. It's like when you look up at that, where the balcony is, that's up there. So it's like when you're down below, you got to walk pretty high to get up to that spot. But Oregon is a beautiful place. All right, here we go. Monday Night Raw. If you smell what O-Dog is cooking. All right, WWE Raw coming on here. It's like the 30th anniversary show for Raw or something. Oh, they got Hulk Hogan coming out first. Oh, I got Jimmy Hart. Nice. Yeah, Hogan kind of ruined his reputation for being racist, though. You know what I mean? Everything was good with Hulkamania and like being, you know, Hulk Hogan, eat your vitamins, say your prayers, and NWO. And obviously, I love Hogan and NWO, but yeah, not the best human being off the wrestling ring status, though. There's been a lot of questionable stories about Mr. Hulk Hogan. I'm not sure if he's really well liked from the people. You know, obviously, you know, African American and the Latinos and the Asians. I'm not sure if he's like full blown racist, but there's definitely been some interesting comments that he's made in the past, and I don't think a lot of fans have forgiven him. And I know a lot of the wrestlers from back in the day don't want to associate with him at all. I mean, he's a big name, but unfortunate. I mean, especially if you're in a business when you're going to be working with people of a lot of different races and all over the globe. You know, you wouldn't think that, you know, you would be like that. But again, you know, you never really get to, you know how someone really is unless, you know, you have certain things that come out or if you get exposed. But obviously the Booker T one was pretty crazy. I mean, there's always been some crazy stuff. Yeah. Message to the people. Don't be racist. Not a good look. And it'll follow you for the rest of your life. Not a good look, Hogan. Look at this Crater Lake photo. God, Oregon is beautiful. Oh my gosh, look at that. Can you imagine? You got a little camping spot and then you got access to that. I mean, that's life-changing stuff right there. You know, that's what makes it so beautiful out here. You know, it's like you might take a couple hours to get here, but you're going to see things that you only see on the internet as far as like views like that. Unless you got something like that close to you. Monday Night Raw, back in the day when it was good and everyone brought a sign. All right, where do we want to go for photos or anything? I'll delete a lot of these and then you let me know. But that's cool. But it sounds like Big Jim Cruz is going to be coming to Oregon here next month, and we're going to link up, even though I'm not really drinking beer on a daily basis and I'm trying to cut alcohol out. I mean, if someone's going to come to town that doesn't live out here, I'll have a burger and a beer with you. It's not like I'm gonna, I'm not gonna go crazy or nothing like that. But yeah, I was supposed to have a meet up with Shep, but he had to go to a different airport. But I imagine I'll end up seeing him here in Oregon at some point or another too, which is cool. At some point, I'll try to visit almost all of y'all, the special people, the important ones for sure, when the time is right. All right, let me delete these. And then let me know where you guys want to go. But it's for you guys, it's anything for mental health. And I went for an hour walk with Paisley early, made some bacon and breakfast, and got to snug with her for a little bit and did some reading. And then now we're here just chilling. And we can go down any avenue that you guys want. If you guys want to go for nature, you guys want food, you want nostalgia, whatever you guys want, you just type it in and let me know, and I'll be the DJ. You just let me know what you want to see, and I will take care of you guys. And then I'll probably go for another walk later tonight. It's just healthy for me to be able to be outside. That's really good for my mental health. Music outside. And I'm not going to wear pants, only shorts. It's a little cold, but yeah, I was going to say, I saw your message about the game and not doing well in the cold, right? But I mean, if it's going to be in, your home stadium, I mean, that's something you have to go. Just got to make sure you just get all kinds of double up socks and warmers, hand warmers, foot warmers, you know what I mean? And then hopefully that adrenaline will start kicking in, and then hopefully you don't have wet feet to be cold. Do you have did you step in a puddle or something and then your feet were wet, or went tailgating and whatnot? Or because that would be, yeah, obviously anytime you have, kind of like the damp feet and whatnot, I mean, because that's where all the heat comes from obviously your feet upwards. And yeah, anytime, like I said, if you're camping and you got the wet, yeah, it's not enjoyable, especially if you're sitting there for another 3 to 4 hours. It's kind of hard to dry out. So how did your feet get cold and wet though? Just it wasn't raining at the game. I imagine. Was it the shoes that you were wearing, or is it just like a circulation thing, or? Yeah, I've seen those like on the Instagram and whatnot. Oh no, really? Holy cow. Wow. And it rained the night before and snowing and raining. Oh my gosh. And you weren't wearing good shoes. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, that would have been, I mean, it's like and then at least they won. You know what I mean? Yeah, imagine just sitting through all that and then, Yeah, but I mean, even if you have to wear boots or something, better shoes, so that way that, there's no chance for water to get in, and you can keep the footsies warm and whatnot. So, yeah, but I think if you're prepared this time around, even if the weather is cold, I imagine it probably still won't be very comfortable for you, but I imagine it being able to see, them hopefully for, we'll see, what direction the game is going to go. So, oh yeah. Yeah, you'll be prepared. That's crazy that the drainage didn't come out there. I'm trying to think if I've ever been to a game, because I've been to front row for events before, but I'm trying to think if I've ever been to a spot where the drainage wasn't there and if I was standing in like snow or water. I'm trying to think of like the Ducks games that I've been to, but just the way that the stadium is built, I don't think there's any way for that to happen. Just the angle, because you're kind of sitting on top of the field. But again, obviously with the Chiefs stadium, it's been, I'm not sure when the last time they renovated it there, but that's unfortunate. Got great seats, right? But then all of a sudden you're standing in water, feet wet, kind of miserable, trying to enjoy the game, but can't really fully enjoy it. So, yeah. You bring in Rachel, Dad got jealous probably. You know. How is he doing? How's the fam doing? Everybody over COVID yet? Hopefully your brother's doing well. Hopefully mom and dad is doing well. Oh, I imagine. I mean, no one expects to have standing water. I mean, especially if you're close up, you know what I mean? Like there must be some kind of drainage problem, but man, an inch or two, and especially if you're just wearing normal shoes, if there's an inch or two of water, that means that if you're standing in the water and you're moving and sloshing around, every time you walk, the water was going into your foot and into your socks, right? So it's like if you stood still, I mean, there's just water in there. But I mean, if there's an inch or two of water, that's where the top of your shoe goes. So you probably didn't have that much clearance. You take a couple steps, splash here, splash there, boom, water gets in, and then you're miserable. So well, hopefully that doesn't happen to you ever again. But at least you're prepared now. And hopefully that doesn't happen again. Or that you can bring extra socks or something, inside your jacket or something, all the splashing and sloshing. Right. It was like a slip and slide in the front row. Oh yeah, definitely got to take Dad. Spend time with Dad. I think he would definitely enjoy that. Take the daddy. And even with Mahomes being hurt, I mean, you guys are going to have a chance to win the game. I mean, it's going to be tough. We already know that, and he's injured. And even if he wasn't injured, you already know there's a possibility of them losing. But you never know. It's hard to beat a team 4 times in a row. They always say it's hard to beat a team 3 times in a row. You know what I mean? But we already know how good the Bengals are. And I think maybe all the misinformation, we always talked about the Chiefs and the Bills, Mahomes and Allen. But in all retrospect, we probably should have been talking about the Bengals and the Chiefs all this time. Because obviously, to me, Burrow is much better than Allen. Mahomes is much better than Allen. But the media loves Allen and the Bills. And they just love to shove that down everyone's throat, that narrative. You know what I mean? Kind of like we're supposed to hate the Cowboys and Patriots. That's what they teach you on ESPN and NFL Network and on the social media sites. So, but to me, Burrow and Mahomes by far are the best, and Allen isn't even in the same category. Like Allen is great, but he's not as accurate. I would even probably take Herbert over Allen, honestly. I just need Herbert to get to a better team with a better coach, with a defense that can actually stop the run, and I think Herbert would play better than Josh Allen in a game. Herbert's proven that he can play well, but he just needs help. Better coaching and a better defense. And a lot of times in the Charger games, Herbert necessarily doesn't lose a lot of games for the Chargers. A lot of times it's the defense that loses it for the Chargers and the injuries. So, yeah. Right. But also, too, I mean, you never know. I mean, Chiefs or Bengals could win. But in retrospect, if you look at the team and the balance, the NFC teams are better based off depth, offense, and defense. Because we already know the Bengals and the Chiefs have holes. They have young players, and they have players that can step up. But if you look at the depth, offense, and defense, the defense is clearly better with the Eagles and the Niners. So it's going to be really tough for either team, Chiefs or Bengals, I feel, to win the game. I mean, they obviously got the 2 best quarterbacks in the league, but obviously the defenses, that's a concern. And I know the Chiefs or Bengals are still good enough, even with their defenses not being maybe a 10. Because like right now, to me, the Eagles and the Niner defenses are like a 9 or a 10. And I feel like the Chiefs and the Bengals defenses are like a 7 or an 8. But sometimes they can play like a 9, but not every game. Some games they play like a 5. Some games they play like a 10. Other games they play like a 7. But I feel like the player for player talent on the Bengals and Chiefs isn't the same as the players on the Niners and the Eagles. You can tell that those defenses are a little bit better, but that doesn't mean that, Patrick Mahomes, if they get there, that they can't win, because that they had the same situation a couple years ago. And what happened? Mahomes was able to make enough plays right in the fourth quarter, and they beat a team that was quote unquote more well-rounded than them. And you guys won. So even if the defense has holes, we've already seen you guys beat the Niners once. It just depends. Can you get points out of Purdy in the fourth quarter, or is it going to be a Jimmy Garoppolo thing all over again, where the fourth quarter quarterback for Kyle Shanahan chokes, whoever it is, and, Matt Ryan or Jimmy. But I mean, this Brock Purdy kid looks like he might have a job. It's almost like, Drew Bledsoe, Tom Brady scenario where all of a sudden you just have to take advantage of your opportunity. And now Brock Purdy and Trey Lance will be competing for the starting job. And eventually they'll get rid of maybe Trey at some point, but I wouldn't assume it'd be right away. But Jimmy, you would assume is gone next year, and they can just rock with those two guys. So, but I wouldn't trade Jimmy and Trey away because you already invested the farm, $1 billion draft picks for Trey. You might as well keep him there after he gets healthy and see if he is better than Purdy or not, and if he is a good asset, and then see if you can work out a trade with another team, maybe like a Tampa or someone else that needs a quarterback. But at this point, I definitely wouldn't be trading away Jimmy and Trey. Because who knows? I mean, the Niner quarterbacks always get hurt. It doesn't matter who it is. So all of a sudden you get rid of those two guys and it's just Purdy. What happens if like week 4 next year, Purdy tears an ACL? Then who's your quarterback? So, and we already know the Niners and Kyle Shanahan can plug anyone at quarterback, and you're going to get better results than most teams based off supporting cast and play calling. But I'm very excited about this matchup out of these 4 teams. I just wish Mahomes wasn't hurt. So that way there's, everyone is, as healthy as they can be, and who knows where it's going to go. You know what I mean? But even with that being said, who knows? Maybe the Michael Jordan flu game, maybe Patrick Mahomes can. I just wonder how mobile he's going to be. You know what I mean? Like, he'll be out there in a wheelchair on one leg no matter what, but is he going to be able to move more than just a couple steps to the left and right? Because it's like a good example is like Bo Nix for Oregon. He was like a Heisman candidate. He was running for touchdowns. He was throwing for touchdowns, and he was just the all-around touchdown machine. And then he got hurt towards the end of the year, and everything went downhill because he couldn't move. Like, we still were winning some games, but we also lost some games because he wasn't able to push off and he wasn't able to run away. It's like as soon as someone came around, throws it in the dirt or just throws it out or gets a sack, there is no like bouncing it to the outside and using your creativity to extend plays. So I imagine with a high ankle sprain, most people, it takes 2 to 4 weeks. But with his doctors and with, the medicine, and they'll probably shoot him up with some meds, and he'll try to fight through the pain. But I'm hoping I'm not sure. Have they said, Odin's son or Holly, what grade the high ankle sprain is? What level? What number? I mean, it doesn't really matter. He's going to play no matter what, even if his leg was falling off. But definitely going to be tougher to win without Mahomes being 100%, especially if he's not able to run away. But we know Mahomes is a warrior. And, if anyone could, pull out something out, of course, this is a time now where the defense has to be able to step up for Pat because he's going to be limited. I still think hopefully he'll be able to be effective out there, because no one's going to want to see the Bengals beat the Chiefs by a blowout. We want to see a competitive game in both games. So right now the Bengals are the favorite, even though they're going to be on the road because Pat's hurt, but you can't count the Chiefs out. And then with the Eagles and the Niners, I literally don't know what's going to happen. Remember, I said the Niners were going to be that team. I talked about the Bengals. I talked about the Niners, months ago. I was like, oh, these teams are getting hot at the right time. And I think a lot of the Eagle fans were kind of like, Niners, they're the whiners. They suck. They're not going to get there. I'm like, yes, they are. And they're the only team that can beat you. And now look, fast forward 2 months later, the 40 whiners got there. Well, be careful what you wish for, because if you get Dallas, you automatically go to the Super Bowl. But if you get the Niners, there is a legitimate shot that they beat you in your building. And I thought that there's only one team that could beat Philly in Philly, and it's San Fran. And look, now we get the matchup. And I literally don't have an advantage because, like I said, I feel that they match up 100% perfectly. Running game, like maybe the one advantage is Kyle Shanahan over Sirianni, with play calling. But the defenses are both good. Both have good running games. They got wide receivers, running backs, tight ends. I mean, you got obviously Jalen on one side. You got Purdy on the other. But they don't need Purdy to go for 3 or 4 touchdowns to win. He can throw for 1 or 2, maybe 180 to 250, and you can win. You don't need to get 3 or 4 touchdowns. And again, it's probably going to be lower scoring, kind of like the game that we saw, with the Cowboys and the Niners. It might be something similar to that, or like 23-20, 2017. And then I assume the Bengals and Chief game will be higher scoring because both defenses aren't as good as the NFC teams. There's going to be a little bit more wiggle room, with the quarterbacks being able to get some of those plays. So I have no idea what's going to happen, but I'm very excited. Oh, Kelsey Bros. Yeah, it could happen. Yeah, and like I said, that's always been the concern. Spags, the depth. There's a lot of young pieces, but I feel that the secondary and the D line are letting the Chief fans down. Like, and we've already noticed. It's like, you got Chris Jones, but Frank Clark inconsistent. George has been doing pretty good for a rookie, but you need him to step up. And then all the guys in the secondary, there's talent there, but I just don't see consistency. And I like Willie Gay and Nick Bolton. I have no concerns there. And I have no concerns with Chris Jones. But it's like, what about the others besides Chris Jones? What am I going to get? Nick Bolton, Willie Gay, they're going to bring it. But what about the secondary? I'm really concerned about that. And I think it shows at some point you may have to look for an improvement over Spags or try to get some better defensive players in there, or just hope that the guys that you have and you drafted develop. You know what I mean? But you're only going to have so much time before they make changes. But definitely, at least on the bright side, your defense is not as bad as the Bills. Nowhere even close. The Bengals defense is better than the Chief defense, but it's nowhere near as bad as the Bills D. So you're not going to get, mollywopped and spanked, I don't think. But again, Burrow has proven with absolutely no offensive line that he's the only player and the only team in my entire life. I've been watching football since 1985. I have never seen a player and a team with no O-line make it to the Super Bowl. I've never seen a team, go so far and play so well, with no offensive line. I've just never seen it before. The rule, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. And if you can't win the battle in the trenches and your O-line stinks, you lose normally 10 out of 10. Chiefs couldn't repeat because of Schwartz and Fisher, not playing. I couldn't repeat because I didn't have Tristan Wirfs and Jensen. They got hurt, right? I couldn't end up getting past. But for whatever weird reason, I don't know, it's just because maybe the defenses in the AFC aren't as good and they're not playing Eagle defense, Cowboy defense, Niner defense up there. You know what I mean? But I just never seen a quarterback not have a line play so well. But also, too, you got to think with the Bengals, they run the ball first, and they have two really effective running backs in Mixon and P. Ryan. That's what the Bills need, but they're too stupid to figure that out. They keep reaching for draft picks and thinking that they can have RB3s, there, Singletary, RB2, and they can draft a Cook, and you know what I mean? And then they traded away Zach Moss and got Hines. None of these guys are starting running backs. They're backups, like rotational backs, and they always lose, and they wonder why. It's like, dude, you don't have an effective running game. You don't have a balanced offense, and your defense stinks. You know what I mean? You can't compete with the Mahomeses and the Burrows. So I think finally now we're starting to realize, and it's nice that we're getting a little bit more Joe Burrow love. And like I said, it's very clear that he's better than Josh Allen. But for the longest time, they tried to brainwash us and tell us that Josh was the best. I was like, oh, he ain't better than Pat. And I was like, I don't even know if this guy's better than Joe. And I'm not even sure if Allen's better than Herbert, honestly. You know what I mean? If you put Herbert on the Bills, I think maybe you could get just as good of stats with Allen and maybe better, because I don't think Herbert would be getting as many picks. You'd actually have better ball control. But again, Bills fans love Josh Allen, and they're going to ride and die with their guys. But until they improve their defense and get a good running game, they're never going to do shit. They're never going to even be able to make it to the Super Bowl. So. Right? Oh, I'm not even on Twitter. When I'm watching the game, I'm not even on any social media. Besides like me calling the game or talking, I'm not. Yeah. You don't want spoilers or other stuff that's coming up. Best defense, pound for pound, Eagles and Niners, hands down. And that's why some people think the NFC team's going to win the Super Bowl again, because of the balance. It's really easy to be able to look great when you're ripping up like a Bills defense that's trash, right? But if you got Mahomes and you got Burrow, and you're actually going against the number 1 or number 2 D, where they have no weaknesses really from front to back, it's going to be a lot harder to move the football. Will Burrow and Mahomes be able to? Of course, because they're the two best in the NFL, but it's going to be much harder, and they're going to have to be more calculated, and they're probably going to try to run the ball to open up the passing game. But again, the Eagles and Niners are so good. Both of those are, I don't know. I probably lean a little bit more towards the Niner defense slightly, but I think it's very even. It's like, like I said, I really have that matchup 50-50. The only team that I thought that could beat Philly in Philly is San Fran. They got there, and I know San Fran's going to be confident. I don't think anyone else in the NFC would have been able to even keep it close But the Niners are that one team because of Shanahan, the O-line, the running game with CMC, Elijah Mitchell, Kittle, Debo. I mean, they have one of the top offensive lines with Trent Williams, best left tackle in the league. They got amazing defense, Hufanga, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa. I mean, these guys don't have weaknesses. So I'm not really sure, who it is pound for pound, but I would say definitely Eagles and Niners are right there. I'm not really sure, I would give the Niner defense a 10 and I'd give the Eagle defense a 10. And I give the Cowboy defense probably the 3rd, and they're probably a 9. But again, they don't have as many good players. They have DeMarcus Lawrence, Van Der Esch, and Micah, right, and Diggs. But besides that, I mean, there's a lot of pieces that you got to have more than 4 guys, unless your 4 guys are really dominant like the Bengals. The Bengals have 4 main, T-Rex, Hubbard on the line, so that gets you the sack lunches, and that's scary if you're a Chief fan, right? And then you got on the back end, Von Bell and Jesse Bates III. So with the linebackers, maybe there's some holes there. You can do like maybe some tight end post routes and do some slants in the middle. But as far as up front and behind you, corner, safety, and up front, the Bengals got really good 4 pieces, and 2 of them are former Saints with Von Bell, who's a ball hawk, and then T-Rex. And then we saw Hubbard run back that fumble against the Ravens, and that's not going to happen every game, but we'll see how it goes. Oh, like Chief player socks, like the ones that you have of like Tommy and some of the players, or just like really thick, nice socks for the game. Yeah, Niners are very, very good. Offensive line is like in the top 3, top 5. Some people think it's number 1, number 2. Defense, is right there. But as far as like impact guys, but we can't forget about the Eagles too. Fletcher Cox and big play Slay. Darius Slay is awesome. So they have a lot of key pieces and they have a lot of rotational guys. I mean, they're the only team that really went all in. So really, honestly, if the Eagles win the Super Bowl, that'll be great for them. But if they don't win, it's a failure because no one ended up adding pieces at the wire and tried to like go all in besides them. Grabbing Ndamukong Suh for depth and all the trades they made. The Chiefs didn't do that. The Bengals didn't do that. The Niners didn't do that. So, I mean, really, I'm not really sure how anyone's going to feel if they lose. But if the Eagles lose, that's the failure because you went all in. You know what I mean? So, but again, also, too, the thing about the Eagles, that concerns me, you have to be hot and healthy. You could have been the best team, but sometimes you don't have to be the best team to win. You have to be the hottest team and the healthiest team. And Lane and Jalen got hurt kind of towards the end, and it kind of stopped that momentum. The Niners haven't lost in like 3 months. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they are the hottest team in the NFL. I mean, them and the Bengals right now. So, we'll see if the momentum runs out. But, I mean, I could really see any combination of the game. But I slightly would go Niners on the defensive side, especially with DeMeco Ryans on that side of the ball too, because that guy could be a head coach. But I mean, if I'm going to rank them, I mean, like 1A, 1B, but they're both impact teams. I mean, we've seen what the Eagles and Niners have done. They're very, very good. That's facts. Yes. And also the running game is going to have to, hopefully they can, Pacheco and McKinnon, they're going to have to find a way. And obviously the defense is really the number one key. The defense has to be able to slow down the run. And if you're not able to slow down Mixon and Pirine, the game's over. Because usually what happens is they run the ball. The Chiefs can't stop it, right? They get a lead. The Chiefs make a big run and they get the momentum back, right? But then usually it gets close. But then Mixon and Pirine, when they have that lead of like 3 to 10 points, they keep bleeding the clock. You can't stop them. They bleed the clock. You can't stop them. And then eventually, you get really, really close. But they know when they're ahead, that they're going to bleed the clock out. And also, when you guys get down by 10, Bills and Chiefs against the Bengals, the play calling, it gets flustered. When you guys are tied or down by 3 or ahead, everything is good. But once you're playing a team that's physical, that likes to run and play good defense, and you're down by 10, sometimes I feel Andy and Eric get a little flustered. And the execution starts to slip a little bit. And you can't get cute when you're down by 10 points. When you're up by 10, ring around the rosy and doing all the trick plays, the underhand, behind the back, all that, that's great. But when you're down by 10, you can't do that. And if you try to do it, it could lead to a turnover. So I'm hopefully they understand that and they can go back in the film and watch, because the last 3 matchups, they've been there. But again, I feel the defense has let them down all 3 games, but it's just very tough. Burrow, Mixon, Samaje Perine is great. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, Hayden Hurst. The only thing that you think that you could take advantage of is their offensive line stinks. But if you don't get Chris Jones, Frank Clark, and George, in there, it's not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to have an advantage. Like, you're going to have to win the defensive line battle against the Bengal O-line. And for some weird reason, all those second and third stringers, they had all these guys like Ed Oliver and all these guys on the line for the Bills. They didn't do anything. I mean, we didn't see Burrow get sacked or, have any really pressure on them. So if the Chiefs are going to win, they're going to have to win with the D-line and the secondary. And those are the two biggest concerns. I don't think the running game is really a concern anymore. The offensive line and the running game have done the best that they can. And obviously Mahomes' ankle, that's tough. But really, if the secondary plays good and the D-line plays good, the Chiefs can win. But then the crowd has to be on like decibel level 1 billion. And they're going to have to try to get at least 2 or 3 sacks on Burrow. That's a tough task. And you're going to have to pray you get like a strip sack or a fumble or a pick or 2 to even it out. Because you already know Burrow is going to throw for probably 2 touchdowns minimum on the Chiefs. And then they're probably going to run for at least 1 with Mixon or Pirine. But, we'll have to wait and see. So. Healthiest team right now, right, is probably San Francisco. I would say out of all the teams right now, because like I said, they haven't lost in like 3 months. I mean, Purdy's like 7 or 8-0. It's just crazy. You know what I mean? And he's played pretty damn well with all things considered. I mean, sometimes he's going to look like a rookie 7th rounder, pick 1 billion, Mr. Irrelevant. But I think that's really what makes Kyle Shanahan so special. So if anyone ever thought that he's not that good of a coach, he took Matt Ryan to a Super Bowl. He took Jimmy G to a Super Bowl. And he's about to take maybe pick, round 7, last pick in the draft, like literally like the last pick that you could have besides being undrafted, possibly to the Super Bowl, and maybe they'll win with a Brock Purdy. Could you imagine? I mean, they still have a tough matchup, and there's no guarantee San Fran even beats Philadelphia, but I know it's going to be damn close. And like I said, there's no weaknesses really on either squad for San Fran or for Philadelphia. But if I'm talking about hot and healthy, I'm probably thinking San Fran. And the thing is, even though the Bengals offensive line is a little banged up, I mean, apparently if you don't have a good pass rush, I mean, Burrow is going to rip you up. But if Burrow beats the Chiefs and they have their offensive line and you're playing against the Eagles or the Niners, they will get to Burrow. Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like when we had Aaron Donald. Like, you saw the Bengals keep it close, but eventually Aaron Donald made the big play at the end, and that could be something with like a Nick Bosa or a Fletcher Cox doing the same type of thing where it's the game is in the balance in the Super Bowl, but the defense finally finds a way to, make a tipped interception or a sack lunch, and then that could be the difference between, maybe Burrow winning a Super Bowl if they get past the Chiefs, or if the defense, wins it for them on the NFC side, which is possible. So I don't know. We will see. We will see. Yeah. Yeah, but we'll see what happens. But you got to take one game at a time. You know what I mean? We'll see how it goes. Just wish Pat wasn't hurt. You know what I mean? That just, you just want to be able to have a healthy player, regardless of who it is, a healthy Joe, a healthy Pat, a healthy Jalen, a healthy Purdy. You want everyone healthy. But again, if he has a high ankle sprain and he wins, then that'll give him a little bit of rest, at that point. And if they do win and go to the Super Bowl and beat the Bengals, that by the time the Super Bowl rolls around, that ankle will be feeling much better. So they just got to find a way to be able to slow down the running game, which they haven't been able to do. And the D-line and the secondary have to step up. So if they can figure that out, D-line, secondary, they can make plays, and you can limit what Mixon and Pirine are going to do, you can win the game. But if it's going to be like the last 3 where they're going to run and run and run, and they're going to run and you can't stop it, it's going to be a long day. The Chiefs are always going to keep it close because even if Mahomes' ankle is injured, the crowd and that energy that he'll feel from the Chiefs kingdom, that'll motivate him, and he'll be high on drugs. He'll be, have some painkiller shot into his leg and whatnot. But it's going to be exciting. Definitely. Yeah, it's going to be good. Are you going to be able to watch any of the games, or do you got to work on the weekend, Mr. Williams? They still have jammers in your floor. They're like, we don't want you on the phone at all. Oh shit, Undertaker and Bray? No way. That's cool. Odin's son just sent me the photo. That must have been from the show tonight. That's cool.
Dominic grinned from ear to ear and said, just like the old days, we're going to throw down in the yard. 16,957,000 fans packed into the Wells Fargo.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Legacy, you know what I mean, too. And plus, it's been a couple years, 5 straight. No, it hasn't happened for me. I got Jimmy and Jay Uso going against the Judgment Day. And you know what's crazy about factions in wrestling? I'm very particular. I really liked Undisputed Era. They ended that. Judgment Day is probably my new favorite faction out of all the factions in like AEW and WWE. I like the idea that they got rid of Edge. And at first, I didn't really know if I was going to like the Finn Balor thing or if, Dominic Mysterio would be like, it seemed like he was trying too hard to play a role. But I think now it's starting to be natural. And I always like Damian Priest the most out of everyone the good. And I like Ripley. Those are the two that I like the most. But now with Finn and Dom and the group of the 4 with Ripley in there, I like it, man. And I like the colors. I like the look. It's just a well together put faction. And the thing about Dom, you know what I mean? He needed to be able to be in a faction to be able to grow. Not only his ring skill set to be able to get over with the crowd, whether he's a heel or a face, because him just being in solo competition, he wasn't going to go anywhere. Yeah, we know you're Rey Mysterio's son, but no one cares. You know what I mean? But now with Judgment Day, if you're in a group, like people, he may not be your favorite wrestler and, he's raw and he's not necessarily like a Hall of Famer or anything, but it's just like, it was the perfect place to put him. And I think now he's finally finding himself in that faction. So yeah, I'm watching it right now. It looks good. Yeah, but when but the Chiefs though, I mean, gosh, I just want to be able to see Pat stack a couple. I want to see Mahomes and Kelsey get a couple Super Bowl rings, a couple more before it's all said and done. And I hope Eric Bieniemy doesn't leave. I hope he's smart enough to realize, yes, you could be the head coach of the Texans or any other team, but what's going to happen is you're going to be the scapegoat after a year and they're going to fire you, and then you're just going to be right back being the OC for the Chiefs. So you might as well just stay there, and whether or not they make you the head coach or not, that's the best spot for Bieniemy to me. Yes, I know some people have dreams and goals of being an OC to be a head coach, but let's look at the history of all the people that have been OC or a DC and then made it to the head coach. Most of them do not survive because they don't have the leadership to not only call the plays, but then to be a leader and a communicator and a good listener. Now, I know Bieniemy could be a good head coach, and I want to be able to see, coaches of color get the opportunity. Absolutely. You know what I mean? But look at Lovie Smith. They're like, oh, we hired him, a coach of color. They didn't even give him more than 2 years. They gave him a year. They knew they were going to fire him. Then he ended up going for 2, lost him the first pick in the draft. And then then they fired him. So I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, obviously the Rooney Rule is bullshit, and we don't have enough coaches of color in the league. You got Riverboat Ron representing the Latinos. You got Tomlin and a few of the brothers out there. But it just seems like we need to do a better job with that. But I don't know. I'm not sure if that's ever going to change. Yeah, so we got Royal Rumble. Is it Royal Rumble this Saturday? And then we got the games on Sunday, correct? Yeah, Kansas actually was ranked all the way up to like number 2. They've dropped a couple. Still got a really good record there. They're 16-4, so they're fine. They're ranked 9th. They may go down a couple spots. They're still going to be one of the top dogs when the tourney comes around. I've seen a couple of their matchups this year. Maybe not as good as last year's team, but I mean, you can definitely get hot at the right time in the tourney. Ooh. Big move on Damian Priest there. All right, is there anything that you guys want to see, photo-wise? I'm just going to clear some room here. I just watched Monday Night Raw. We can go for, 3 to 4 hours, whatever you guys want. There's no necessarily timetable. I just wanted to try to make sure that we introduced the, mental health motivation, and we can do the MHM episode 1, and then we can continue to do that. And then when we have a sporting event and our, live play-by-play and reaction, we can go that route. That way, it's just not like a bunch of random stuff. Like I drink beer, we talk football like we used to do. because I'm not really drinking beer anymore. And it's just good to have a little bit of structure. And I feel like I said, we can really make a difference with mental health and going that route. So. From what I saw, he just, after the game is over, they always have an iconic photo of him staying when the confetti is dropped. And obviously it's 3 years in a row of him losing. I'm not really sure. I know people were talking shit to him, like, here you go, another loss or whatever. You know what I mean? But of course, Diggs is not going to be okay with losing, but. Oh, really? I saw them yell at each other on the sideline and whatnot, but. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, people don't realize too, with Josh Allen. Josh Allen wasn't ever like a Andrew Luck or a John Elway. I saw him with Oregon and Wyoming. This kid who had this really raw arm, but he had like a ceiling. He had potential, but he never was like, oh my God, this guy's going to be the next big thing. We just saw a guy that had a cannon of an arm that was inaccurate, that maybe on the right team could grow into one of the better quarterbacks in the league. But the accuracy part has always been his flaw. Like, he's really athletic. He can hurdle, he can jump, but I think his decision-making and the accuracy is what put Mahomes and Burrow ahead of him, and maybe even Herbert. Like Josh Allen can throw for 30, 40, 50 touchdowns. And remember, Josh Allen really wasn't that good of a quarterback until Diggs came. It's not like right away he instantly went to the Bills and they already had a good supporting cast and he just took off. It took a couple years, and then when Diggs came over, that's when he got obviously better with that true number one receiver. But before Diggs got there, he really wasn't as good as people think. I think people forget that, he didn't come out of the gates like as this like superstar. He didn't really get into himself, into his own until Diggs showed up. So unfortunate that they're fighting, but emotions are high. And, when you keep losing either to the Chiefs or Bengals, that's rough. It probably is, especially when the DeMar thing and, Von Miller, and also the hype train. Let's be honest. They hype the Bills up more than any team in the AFC. You didn't really heard a little bit of Chiefs, no Bengals, you know what I mean? But it was always Bills, 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 Bills. I mean, it kind of gets old. So. Yeah. Some teams, like Chargers too. It's like sometimes I feel teams are kind of cursed, but it shows you how important coaching and play calling is, and you got to be able to make the big plays and the right decisions in the fourth quarter. And sometimes if you don't have the right people there, certain, seconds, tick off, and those could be, really, game-changing seconds to save instead of letting the clock run out. And obviously execution and, the coaching and the play calling and the clock awareness. I mean, Dallas is terrible. And also Vikings have no defense. Chargers have no defense. Dallas does have a defense, but again, their weakest link, is their coaching staff. So obviously, and their Tony Pollard getting hurt, breaking his leg didn't help. So. So he went back and got his stuff and tried to leave before half the team and coaches were off the field. Really? Lots of pressure. Yeah. And like I said, with the pressure right now, pressure is all on the Eagles. And yeah, I guess at this point, since Mahomes is, injured. Now, do you think if Mahomes was healthy, based on what the Bengals did, would they still be the favorites since they beat the Bills? But if Mahomes was healthy, would the Chiefs be favored? Or would they be the underdog still? That's kind of a good question to think of. Like what would the spread be? Like what are we talking about? We already know how hot the Bengals and the Niners have been in the last like 2-3 months. But yeah, I mean, obviously with him hurt, you're an underdog. And I feel that I think the pressure is going to be, I don't know if there's any pressure on the Chiefs or the Bengals, really. It is what it is. The real pressure is on Philadelphia because they were the best team all year, kind of chirpy, kind of shit talking how great they were. Then they had some injuries, You know what I mean? And I don't think there's any pressure on the Niners. They're going to be easy breezy cover girl. Bengals and Chiefs are just going to go out there. I think the team that's got the most pressure to live up to what they did this season is Philadelphia and their fan base. San Fran, no pressure. And I think Bengals, no pressure. And Chiefs, I mean, maybe there's a little bit of pressure because you're at home and you've went to 5 divisional titles. And even though Mahomes is hurt, but I think that pressure to be able to live up to the Patrick Mahomes mystique. So maybe there's more pressure on the Chiefs and the Eagles, this weekend. Even if the Chiefs are the underdog, there's still going to be that pressure to take care of business at home. You don't want to lose at home, right? So I think the pressure is on Chiefs, but they can handle it. Pressure's on the Eagles. They can handle it as well. So, yeah. I usually don't know what that feels like to be in the – I mean, we do with our teams the last couple years, but I imagine we're not going to see Tampa Bay good for another 10 or 20 years. But at least I know that we had a good run. We got a Super Bowl. I'm 2 for 2. I got one in 2002, 2020. I probably will never see another one again, but at least I didn't go to 2 and lose 2. Like we went to 2 and we won both. So at least I got that going for me. Now I just need the Blazers and the Ducks and the Mariners to do something. But I don't know. It probably would mean the most for me for Mariners just because they had the longest streak of not making the playoffs of any team in any 4 major sports, MLB, NBA, NFL, and NHL. We broke that streak. But if the Mariners win the World Series, I don't know what the hell I would do. I'd lose my mind. Yeah. Well, also, too, if you guys end up winning it all, but even if you don't, it shows you can still be one of the best in the world, and it doesn't have to focus on Kelsey and him. That you guys just decided, you know what, we don't have this piece anymore. So instead of just crying about it and going to Kelsey 15 times a game, we're going to go to everyone, and the whole league is going to be scratching their heads because they're not going to know where the hell the ball is going to go. And we know Watson is hurt, but it was like Justin Watson and Noah Gray and Juju and Kadarius Toney, Pacheco. Like you guys really have that offense where no one knows what's going to happen. No one knows where the football is going to go. So that's what makes you guys probably even more dangerous. Like, with Tyreek, he could take a screen and go 80. And there's been a lot of games where he helped you win big games and made big catches. But this gives an opportunity instead of it being 2 main guys. Now you got like 10. There's so many options. I mean, the only guys that aren't going to be able to make plays for you are Justin Watson and Clyde Edwards-Helaire, unfortunately, because they're on IR. But it kind of makes you think, what if Clyde was healthy? This would be the perfect time with Mahomes, kind of being banged up, that you could have 3 guys to rotate with Pacheco, McKinnon, and Clyde to give you that reliability that if Pacheco, you want to line him up outside, or McKinnon, you want to line him up in the slot, and then you got Clyde available, maybe Clyde can be the good Clyde that we saw before and help you get a touchdown or 2. It's just unfortunate that he's hurt, and I don't think is he out for the whole year? I imagine that Watson and Clyde are out for the rest of the year, but I imagine you guys, Odin, Son, and Holly would have more information on that. So. Yeah, true. And obviously we've seen what Burrow did. I don't know. I've never seen a quarterback with no offensive line play as well as him, but he knows how to get rid of the football very quickly. But again, I've always seen Joe Montana and Burrow. I've always seen that in him, and he's got that natural confidence. And it's like he's like, "What's your window?" And he's like, "My whole career." And that's true. He's special like Mahomes. I mean, it's just crazy because we never really thought of the Bengals. They were always an afterthought. And then obviously when you got Burrow and Chase, everything changed. But also bringing in those defensive players like Von Bell and T-Rex changed the team on the defensive side as well. Yeah, true. And that's what I've always seen. He's a good face of the NFL, but I really do feel Herbert, Burrow, and Mahomes are better. They're more accurate. They don't turn the ball over as much. And yeah, Josh Allen can make those big plays, 60-yard bombs, run for a hurdle, stiff arm 3 guys, and get a 20-yard rushing touchdown. But with all that also comes risk and reward, injuries, and then obviously inconsistencies and forcing the football more than Herbert, Burrow, and Mahomes, guys that are in double team, triple coverage. It seems like he's always trying to squeeze the football in lanes that he shouldn't. Or when he's up by 10 and he's trying to go for the jugular to end the game, and then he ends up throwing a bad throw, and then the other team comes back. He needs to learn. Yeah, that, you know, when you're up by 10, just hand the ball off, but they don't have anyone to hand it off to. So he's always throwing or running, and you never are going to be able to win when you're trying to do everything. You know, you got to be able to have a good running game, and that's the one thing that's holding them back. That's facts. They need to. I think the Chiefs, you know, they have their method with Pacheco and McKinnon, and it works for them. But the Bills need to look at Mixon and Pirine. That's the type of guys that they need over there. And if they need physical, one top 10 back in Mixon, and then another guy that might be a top 30 running back in the league, one of the best backups in Samaje Pirine, because we've seen when Pirine comes in when Mixon was injured, the guy can get 20 carries and give you 100. I mean, he's that good. You know, Pirine is very, very good. So he might end up being one of the best backups in the league if he's not the best. He's very, very good this year. So, but I don't know if the Bills will ever learn. You know, it's like we've been talking about them getting a top 10 running back for the last 3 or 4 years, but they're like, nah, we're just going to get James Cook. Like, that's going to be the fucking answer. Dumb. But that's good for the Chiefs and Bengals, because if the Bills keep being stupid, then, you know, more wins for you. Oh, the Godfather, JBL. Right. But also, too, when you have Patrick Mahomes, you're in Kelsey, Andy Reid. I mean, bottom line, in the AFC, if you have this and you have this, right? And obviously, Holly loves when number one punter in the league is Tommy, right? And then you have this. Really, I mean, it's really tough, right? You're going to be very, very good, but it's hard to compete. But again, if you're going to beat the Chiefs, you have to find their weaknesses. O-line, D-line, secondary. And if you can manipulate those positions, you know, then maybe you're going to be able to have a little bit better chance. But hopefully the Chiefs, they know what they have, and they need to really focus on those positions. More O-line depth, D-line needs to be better. And the secondary, maybe the secondary is the worst thing on the team. I don't know what you think, Holly, but like I said, I think the D-line at times plays good. George, Frank Clark, so-so, you know, every once in a while they'll make plays. Chris Jones is an animal. I don't have any problems with the linebackers. Offensive line is good, but shaky at times. But I think the thing that concerns me the most is the passing game with the corners and the safeties. I feel like the corners and safeties let down the Chiefs fans more than any other position. Yes, I know the D-line gets frustrating. The O-line sometimes doesn't do a great job, but a lot of times good enough. But I think the secondary is the biggest weakness. And obviously, if you're going against a guy like Burrow, you know, he's going to be able to find those openings. So hopefully that they can, you know, either the young guys can step up or they can get some guys next year and the year after and the year after, and they can keep building up that secondary. I mean, they got players, you know what I mean? But we just need to see more consistency game in and game out. And you can't expect rookies just to take over the world right away. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 years, depending on how many years in college the player played. So. Oh, we got a bunch of old school photos. Yeah, the Dallas Cowboys cycle. Season starts, win some games. Fans get their hopes up. We damn boys, this is our year. Choke in the playoffs and then repeat. Yeah, I would. Being a Cowboy fan would be probably one of the worst things possible. But again, if you can get the right coach, like a Sean Payton and Dan Quinn is there, then that could be the difference between them winning, 2 or 3 playoff games and getting to NFC championship game or not. But until they end up getting that difference maker at head coach and play caller, Dallas will never do anything. I mean, they got one piece with Dan Quinn, but by the time a Sean Payton comes around, Dan Quinn's probably gone and he's probably a head coach somewhere else. So now we got LA Knight. But I'm hoping that the secondary can step up. Raw, 30 years old. The A-Team first aired on this very day 40 years ago, January 23rd, 1983. All right, we got LA Knight, and this is where Undertaker and Bray come out. Yeah, baby. Undertaker, baby. The most iconic character, maybe in wrestling ever. I mean, there's a lot of characters that are very, very iconic, but the intro and his career, I'm not sure if anyone can really match it. Yeah. Oh, no, I got the American Badass. They're going through all of his like different personas. I mean, American Badass doesn't really hit the same way as obviously, him walking slow. I mean, it was a good time and a good run with the American Badass role, but obviously the dark, and then they had like the Ministry. He's gone through many different character changes. Oh, is he coming out with the American Badass with the motorcycle? All right, so he ain't even coming out like the old Undertaker. He's coming out as American Badass Undertaker, huh? With the motorcycle. We haven't seen American Badass Undertaker in a while. Freaking Undertaker. It's dope. 20 years since we've seen this version. Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, a lot of people are they're just, biased as hell. You know what I mean? It's exactly, like I said, if you're in the AFC, right, or even the NFC, but, if you're a Chief or Bill or Bengal fan, no one is ever going to give recognition to your team. You know what I mean? Like, some fan bases are good and others are toxic, but I don't really think a lot of people think that Chiefs fans are necessarily toxic. Of course, there is toxic Chief fans. I know you're probably well aware of some, but yeah, a lot of petty shit that is said. So yeah, of course people are going to hate. Yeah, probably. I mean, I can usually tell when people are haters, and based on how they type and what they say, yeah. I mean, of course, because this younger generation, right, with all this TikTok and everything, they see people on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, just being rude and crude, and they think that behavior is acceptable. And then if their parents aren't doing anything and they're just letting their kids watch this stuff and then act that way at school or to their parents or people, they think it's like normal behavior. That shit ain't normal. For a lot of us that are like 40 and up, if we were acting like these kids that are acting today, we would have got our fucking ass kicked, spanked, slapped, with the paddle, spanked on the butt, grounded, like actually be disciplined. Kids nowadays, they have no fucking discipline whatsoever. You know what I mean? They think they can say and do whatever they want with no repercussions whatsoever. It's kind of sad. And they're lazy on top of that too. So now you're lazy and you're a loudmouth and you're rude. Good luck with your future. You know what I mean? And they just think, oh yeah, I'm going to be a TikTok star. I'm going to be just like these people. Not going to happen. Nice try though. Oh, Ministry Taker. Yeah, Ministry Taker's cool because it kind of reminds you of the original one. Yeah. Well, plus too, remember, after, the Super Bowl, we had all those Rams fans so excited. Not you know what I mean? But I was like, oh, we're going back to back and, this and that. And then after they lost the first couple games, no one came back the whole season. Like, I told them, I was like, okay, if you guys don't win, you come back. None of them came back until like the very, very end, like one guy. I was like, all right. I was like, I'm not going to be right all the time with certain things, but it's very difficult to repeat. I mean, but I guess once you win, everyone thinks it's going to happen. I mean, obviously with the Chiefs, if they played anybody but the Buccaneers, they probably would have. And if my offensive line didn't get hurt, maybe I would have gotten a chance to get there, but stupid ass Antonio Brown going crazy in the Jets game and, losing two key pieces on my line, my two best. I mean, it happens. Oh, here we got Bray coming out now. Oh, really? All right. But also too, I think it's just, when we're, teams that aren't as good, we know, that we don't need to be shit talkers and, to be that way. It's like, me being a Buck fan, I mean, you guys have probably seen it, in the last couple of years, but some Saints fans are very, very good people, but a lot of them, that fan base might be the most toxic fan base in sports the arguing that goes on in those fan chats and those rooms. I mean, these guys want to beat up each other, and scream at each other and everything. It's like, dude, if you're going to be doing that with your own team, like, you guys are all rooting supposedly for the same team. It's like, and then I can only imagine where that attitude comes when it's everyone else. But it's like, no one wants to be around that. At least I don't, you know what I mean? But I mean, certain fan bases, it's just almost impossible to communicate with, especially when it's like the woe is me victim shit. You know what I mean? It's like, it's Roger Goodell, it's the referees. It's like everyone's always looking backwards and they never can look forwards. And that's a big part of why the Saints weren't able to accomplish, all those, hardships that they had, because they were always complaining and looking in the rearview mirror instead of looking forward at the next opponent. And it shows, it's like, dude, you had the best regular season record for 4 years in a row and you didn't even get a Super Bowl out of it. You know what I mean? It just, I don't know. I know I got sick and tired of hearing about all the excuses and the complaining. Yeah. Abigail. Now we got Undertaker and Bray in the ring together. This is awesome. I mean, God, I've had to ban so many, you know what I mean? It's not good for the room. I mean, we could have like a great room, a great conversation, and then you just get these ignorant, just self-centered, and it's just only about them and their players. They never can give kudos for any other, team in the division, or if anyone beats them, it's never GG, good game. It's never like, oh, your guy made a good play. It's always like, well, fuck this guy. And then they're like going after them on Twitter. Like, dude, if you're going to go after your own players and you scream at them and swear at them on Twitter and tag them, I mean, you're not a fan. Real fans don't do that. That's like, you're bandwagon. You're a pretender. This is like a gimmick for you. This is not really because real fans don't do that. But I don't know. Apparently that's how they treat their players. And, I know the fan base is passionate, but it is the most toxic fan base in sports, I think, by a long shot. There's a lot of fan bases that are, some Cowboy fans can be, on that level as well. But I feel as far as like the rudeness and the shit talking and just not being pleasant to be around, there's a lot of those in that fan base. And it's kind of funny too, because one of the biggest fan bases that would support me was them, because I actually would give them credit because they're not used to hearing a rival fan give them kudos. So it was probably like life-changing for them. They're like, oh my God, like this is someone that's not even a Saint fan, but actually recognizes the talent. But also too, if I do that, it goes both ways, but you never can really get a Saint fan to compliment any Buccaneer, any Panther, any Falcon. And it's always Roger Goodell cheating. And that really gets old. No one wants to hear that shit. You know what I mean? It's like, get over yourself and get over your franchise, dude. There's a reason why you haven't been able to accomplish and get to the top of the mountain. So. Yeah. Agreed. No. It's good because a lot of that was on, you had that built up. And I'm really proud of you too, because like I said, it takes a lot of courage and also, trust, to be able to let some of that out and know that you're not going to get berated or slammed or, we're going to just listen. And, I'm going to tell you my honest opinion on how things are. And remember, it's not like we have, 600 people in the room and half of them are toxic. Like we have a very small knit group. It's like we're almost like a VIP. We're at a restaurant, we're upstairs. There's 15 of us sitting at a couple couches and tables, just kind of interacting and mingling with each other, and there's no issues. And that's what makes it nice. Everything it's a safe place. You know what I mean? I feel that there's not very many of those on YouTube anymore. So, and I think it made you feel better because that was a lot of things and I didn't know you had 10 or 12 that you were doing. But again, sometimes you can be an empath and be a good person, but sometimes you got to put your foot down. And sometimes people, you want to think that, you want to think the best of someone, and give someone a second chance, just because of the good-hearted person you are. But after you get, verbally abused, or if someone is doing something not honest, after so many times of that happening, eventually enough is enough. And, you have to be able to put your foot down no matter how hard it is. The backbone will get stronger and stronger as people keep, doing you wrong. And then eventually enough is enough. And you don't have to blow up on anybody. But again, not every person has honest intentions, unfortunately. Everyone, it seems like, is always in for it for themselves, which is unfortunate too. So, but no, it's good to get that off your chest, because I know you've been, that's been inside, and you've been hanging on to that, some of that feelings and information for a while. And it's not like you can relay that information on any of those other streams, because some of the problems that you're explaining are happening in those other streams. So of course you can't be like, oh, let me bring this up. There's too many people, too many comments. Like no one's even listening or caring, at that point, even if you were to bring that up, so that's the one downside of having a big channel. If you're not like eliminating the bad nuggets there, if only you care about views and subs and money and growing the platform, even if half the fan base is toxic, but that's all you care about, then that's the type of room that you get. If you're not actually regulating the people, if you're letting people get away with anything, you know what I mean? You just care about more people, kids, I don't care, toxic people, assholes, who cares? As long as they sub to my channel, then that's the type of channel that you get in return. So, Chief, my boy, you saw that food that I sent you last night? Oh, exactly. Right. Well, I think a lot of it, honestly, with some of us, it's jealousy, because they want to be where we're at. They see, you as a Chief fan, and, how many people would love to be, front row, second row, third row, fourth row, fifth row at a game. You know what I mean? Or if they see me at a Duck game front row, or see me on the channel, or see you as a mod, you know what I mean? People are haters. You know what I mean? It's like, but you also have to realize, like in like my story, like with this, like, do you think I got to this point? And I'm not even like, I haven't even made it yet. I made it to a certain degree where I'm full-time now. It took me 10 years. This is year 11, but I'm nowhere near, I'm like 1% into my journey. You know what I mean? But a lot of people, they see maybe what they see on screen, but they don't know half of what happens behind the scenes, with a lot of the stuff that a lot of us do. And yeah, a lot of jealousy, a lot of haters, that's what we don't put up with that. That's why when we are here, Sarah's already itching. Like right now, we don't even have any haters now, but if one comes in, she's already ready. She's like, oh, I'm ready. Oh, I can't wait, but I want to grow, but again, it's like, it'd be really nice to be able to get this 100 and change to hit that 20K number. But again, if it's 125 people that are bad, I don't want that. You know what I mean? I would rather, be where I'm at right now. And, even if it's a slower growth to get there, even if it takes me forever, but if it's the right people to get there, that's going to mean more than just being, oh, look at me, I'm at 20K. I mean, I've already been there twice, but, sometimes you don't have the right people, and that's the one bright side, for me doing this for so long. I finally felt that I have the right people in my corner and the right people that I want to actually spend time with every day. But it took 10 years to find you guys, like all you guys as a group. Like I had one, little Odin's son, and then Sarah, and then, with you, and you know what I mean? But it took a while to be able to accumulate the right people in the right time. So yeah, everyone loves a Space Kitty. Oh yeah. Of course, because especially with the Patrick Mahomes thing, it's like, you know what? A lot of people were fans before Pat got there. You know what I mean? But haters are going to hate, but you could say that about Bills fans, like all these Bills fans across the country. Yeah, I'm really sure a lot of these guys were fans before Josh Allen got there. Yeah, and the Bengals, a lot of them are really Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. They liked them before they got there. You already can tell where the bandwagon fans come from, just rooting for the teams that, but a lot of us, it's, been a part of who we are as, young kids too. So. Oh yeah. Yeah. People, I mean, there's a lot of jealousy and envy, sometimes for no reason at all, just wishing that they were us, you know what I mean? But how are you doing, Chief? Yeah, I'm glad you did, dude. I'm always going to keep sending you food photos and whatnot. I'm good to have you in the room. It's just good for mental health, so I just tried to come up with something new for the mental health and whatnot. And I see that you saw it. Crazy, right? Doesn't that look good? Oh, I got Becky Lynch coming out.
special night for Becky Lynch to compete on the 30th anniversary of Raw because it was money. Wait a minute.
A choke slam and a clothesline from hell to the boot pictures. Yeah, but what do I do from the close? You know who the biggest clothesline ever? JBL. I actually went back, and me and Justin were talking about wrestling, and I was going through stuff. If you go back and you look at JBL's clotheslines from hell, holy shit! Like this guy almost knocked people out. I mean, it's like one thing when they're like jumping in the air already and they flip, but I mean, I don't know. It's like how we watch Sheamus when he wrestles, and you're like, ugh. Like I would never want to get in the ring if I was a wrestler with him because his fist is supposed to be like slightly open. Guys like this, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't really have a whole lot of give when he wrestles, but dude, JBL probably hit the hardest out of anybody I've ever seen. Like there is no give. And especially if he didn't like you, it's like Andre the Giant back in the day, like with the Savage, you know what I mean? We're doing like the Rikishi and everything. I mean, the people that, the certain wrestlers don't like, you can definitely tell. Yeah. I might have to find a photo if I can. Yeah, but you can't group all Chiefs fans together. I mean, there's a lot of other toxic fan bases, much worse than that. I mean, like Saints and Cowboy fan bases. I'm not trying to think of like the most toxic, you know what I mean? Because like I said, Buccaneer fans, if we lose, we're not burning the fucking jersey. We're not punching the TV. I don't know. I just think there's a lot of immature and, not very intelligent fans on certain fan bases. It's like, I don't know if it's just for clicks or views or they're just trying to get social media famous or whatnot. I don't know. But I mean, this dumbass behavior. You just continue to get it from certain franchises, and other franchises never do that type of thing. I mean, every franchise is going to have idiots, that are just going to be stupid, maybe not know the game and, be a bandwagon or maybe be a hardcore fan, but have anger issues. But I don't know. I've never understood breaking the TV and burning the jersey. I don't get it. That is a good question. It's not food that I ate. I actually found it on my timeline, and I thought it was too good to not share. But it's I can't remember what restaurant it's from. I'd have to go back and find the original post, but it looks incredible. It's somewhere where you guys live. I think like in the Midwest, and that's why I sent it. I can't remember the name of the spot, but it's somewhere where you guys live in your area in the Midwest. All right, Odin, no problem. Well, it's the Mahomes and the Kelsey and the jealousy. 5 straight AFC championship games. You know what I mean? Like whenever you get good at something, the haters come out. You know what I mean? You guys, it's not like you guys were fans before Patrick Mahomes, But again, if their team had Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey, what do you think they would be saying? You know what I mean? They would be thrilled just like you guys are. But remember, it's not like you guys have been good straight like the Patriots for 20, 25 years. There was a lot of bad years. You know what I mean? It's, yeah, there was like, some other years sprinkled in, Elvis Gerbach and Steve DeBerg, Joe Montana for like a year, you know what I mean? But it's all hasn't been peaches and cream, you know what I mean? There's been a lot of quarterbacks that have not been that good. And then you had the Alex Smith era, which was, getting there, getting better. And then finally you guys were blessed, which you should have been with a guy like Patrick Mahomes. Other teams could have got him, you know what I mean? But everything fell into line, but really the biggest change for the franchise, not necessarily Pat. I think it was Andy Reid. Once Andy Reid was there, it changed everything from the franchise. And I think as a Chief fan, you knew after what he did with the Eagles, if you got the right team together, Andy would give you a shot before his career was over to win a Super Bowl. Like, I think you just knew it. He was so close with the Eagles, 4 straight NFC championship games. You don't do that, right, unless you're extremely talented. And I've always loved Andy. Like, Andy has always been one of my top 3. I don't really like Belichick because of the cheating. I like him. I liked, Mike Tomlin. And then obviously for new coaches, I'm all about Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. Kyle's my number 1. But I always, like if I could choose one older coach, it would be Andy 1 and then Mike Tomlin 2, just based on what they do for their teams. And, Andy's just a great, great guy on and off the field, very well respected. And when you get a guy like that, and it all starts at the top, and everything just trickles down, but if like you don't have that guy, then obviously, moving forward, they're not going to be the same. Like even if Bieniemy is the head coach and he stays there, you might not get the same results that Andy got. You know what I mean? It's like as great as Bieniemy is, we don't really know if he can handle being a head coach and calling plays. That's the truth. You know what I mean? So I really don't want Bieniemy to leave. I hope that no matter what money is offered, yes, you're a great candidate for a coach. Doesn't matter if you're black, white, Mexican, Asian, but we need more coaches of color out there. But I don't want him to get the job to like the Texans and then they fire him after a year and then he just comes right back, because sometimes that's going to happen. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Nathaniel Hackett goes back to Green Bay, and he's the OC there. You know what I mean? It's like you tried to do what you did, you couldn't do it. And let's, regardless if it's, not with Russ anymore, even if you're working with Jordan Love, that's better than working with the Broncos and Russ, based on how that team is structured right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if Hackett goes back, but yeah, something like Dennis Allen for the Saints, couldn't do it. Bowles couldn't do it. Sometimes you need that, not even grandpa figure, but you just need that figure that has that experience, that has the respect of the players. And you just have to be that special guy. You have to just be that special person where you care about the players on and off the field and you're a good communicator and you actually care. You can't just be just a straight up play caller and then I'm the head coach now. Like, they're not going to respect you. You got to be able to relate to players. And that's the one thing that OCs and DCs like Josh McDaniels, they have a big problem with, is that you can't connect with the players. You have to be almost like a counselor and deal with all the different personalities. And if you're not a good communicator, then it's never going to work out for you. You have to be able to manage the personalities. And if you're not able to do that as a defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator, how the hell are you going to do it as head coach? And the answer is you don't. You get fired. So. Yeah. And look what happened now. We talk about him all the time. Yeah, you back him up. Now you and Mama T, and you met. What are the chances of those two things happening in 1 year? Honestly, even though we're in 2023 now, but we're still in the season, And I don't think it'll be the last time you see her. She'll remember you, and Tommy probably remembers you too. Even though it was probably like a brief interaction at the liquor store and whatnot, but I imagine he still remembers you. Oh, yeah. But it's like the key pieces, it's like you got Andy Reid. The Honey Badger thing was huge, you know what I mean, for that leadership, right? And then you had the Tyreek development and then Kelsey being the number one tight end. Like everything, fell into place. So what's the deal with McCole Hardman? Is he going to be available for you guys when you guys play the Bengals? Because I know Clyde is out on IR. Justin Watson's on IR. But what about McCole Hardman? Is he going to be available? Hopefully he's okay. Because, that could be the difference between winning and losing, having a guy like that. Yes, that is one thing. Yeah. And like I said, anyone that talks shit about Mahomes is just a straight up hater. Because if Mahomes was on their team, they would just be giddy. Anyone that had Mahomes as their quarterback, guaranteed they would have a jersey or two and would just be hyping him up and just riding and supporting him to the very end. Of course. We have never seen anybody like this. And at the very end of Mahomes' career, I think it's very possible that he'll be on Mount Rushmore. And I think that by the time his career is over, at the very minimum, I think that the Chiefs will have 2 or 3 Super Bowls with Mahomes. You got one so far, and he's still got a long ways before the career is over. Obviously, Chief fans, if you can end up getting like 4 or 5, that's a dream come true. But with all the competition and the way that things are moving around, guys getting older, free agency, injuries, you never know. But I would be pretty confident to think that if people can stay healthy, the Chiefs got at least 1 or 2 more, and not just appearances, but wins. Before, especially if Mahomes has got another 10 to 15 years left. You have to think in 10 to 15 years, if that's, if he's going to play like 20 or something, if he does, there's got to be, because they're going to be in the mix for the AFC Championship game almost every year, you would think, as long as Andy Reid is there. Who knows how much longer that is. But I want to be able to see that legacy. I want to see, you got the Brady, you got the Manning, you got the Joe Montana, the Elway, Mahomes. It just makes sense that there'll be a good chance for him to be there. So, yeah, when I was looking at, because it was like sickness and an injury, right? Now we got DX coming out. Right. And you got guys like Kadarius Toney, Juju, other guys that can step up. You got McKinnon, you got Pacheco, and then you can always go to guys like Noah Gray. There's other options that you can go to as well. All right, we got DX coming out. Yeah, but I'm excited. I just hope everyone plays well. And like I said, the last thing that you want is injuries. But at least Butker is back. Remember at the beginning of the year, we are like, dude, if Butker can't come back, they're in trouble. But luckily, he was able to come back, and you definitely need good results from him. And Tommy's killing it. So I mean, it's cool. Number one punter, huh? I don't know if you're in your wildest dreams you thought that he would ever be considered number one. You know, top 10, top 5, maybe top 3, but to be recognized as maybe the best punter in the game, that's got to feel good, especially when it's your favorite. Right? That support, And I imagine now, once, getting like, all pro or Pro Bowl nod, maybe now more Chief fans will pay attention and be like, whoa, Tommy is good. If you didn't really think he was that good as a Chief fan, well, now getting that recognition, hopefully, people can see how great he really is. Why do they have Kurt Angle out there with DX? So you got Road Dogg. Obviously, they don't have Badass Billy Gunn because he's in AEW. Shawn Michaels out there. They got Kurt Angle out there to be what? Badass Billy Gunn? Gentlemen, children of all ages. Race your necks. Team champions of the world. Badass Billy. Oh, Kurt Angle. They couldn't get Billy Gunn to come. AEW. Yeah, hopefully he'll be okay. Yeah, you want to look for his long-term future for sure. Kurt Angle with a DX shirt. Yeah, but as long as the health is good, I mean, that's really the main thing. You want to make sure everyone is healthy and everyone's in a good spot. So, I guess we beat the Spurs. So the one game where I watched a little bit and then I stopped watching and then they won. So maybe I need to not watch any Blazer games and then we win. All right. Well, we got 10 minutes to hit to that 3 hour and 30-minute mark. I'm totally cool. We can always end it in 10 minutes. If we want to go for 40, we can go to the 4 hour mark. I'll let you guys kind of decide. I mean, a lot of times, I just like to be able to talk with you guys. And if there's anything I can bring up photo wise to improve your guys' mood and mental health. And then after the stream is over, I'm probably just going to throw a leash on Paisley. And then we're going to go walk for another hour and try to get my exercise and my mental health in. And then I'll be back tomorrow and we'll hang out. So I'll let you guys decide. I mean, it always kind of depends on who's in the room and, how long, you guys have and whatnot. So you guys kind of let me know what you're wanting, but I'm cool either way. But I was thinking, because obviously my girlfriend's daughter still has school. So usually the cutoff for me is we're going to be around 10:30. We're 3 hours and 21 minutes in. So, I mean, we could always go 10 more minutes or we can go 40. I'll let you guys decide and I'll let you guys control the stream the rest of the way. So whatever you guys want to see that's going to make your Monday better as you go into Tuesday, you let me know. We can do food. We can do animals. We can do whatever you guys want. I'm here for you guys. So let me know what you guys want. And I got you. Oh, I got to go get my Mango Madness out of the freezer. It's probably like completely frozen now. I don't think so, but I mean, if we don't, it's no big deal. I mean, like I said, I got to a point, after I got so irritated, I have to put everything in perspective now. And like I said, I can always learn something from the females on the channel, like Sarah and Holly. And I'm not going to get upset, like when I do games anymore. If we hit a good number, we have good people in the room, we have subs that we don't have. I'm not going to, what I mean? We're going to be able to, just move forward. Some days will be good. Some days aren't going to be good. You just got to be able to keep a good, positive, mindset And like I said, you just never know what you're going to get. And if things aren't as good the first couple days, maybe things will get better later on in the week. And a lot of times we end up having better conversations and better streams when we don't do games. So I finally have come to terms with that. Of course, you want to be able to try to get what you feel that you're worth for your time and your effort and your energy. But again, like Holly and Sarah and a lot of you guys have said, you got to have enough people. And sometimes there's just not the right people in the room or enough people in the room. And sometimes people are busy. Sometimes people are not going to be able to be there. And I totally understand that. I don't expect like every single mod that I have to be here every single stream. People have lives. I totally understand that. But it was a good kind of a reflection for me because I usually don't get angry. I feel angry, like a lot. Like I'll get irritated and frustrated. But like I said, it's all about, learning, how to control emotions and not letting things overtake, what's really the important thing is trying to make a difference on people's mental health here. So, it's good. You still don't have it. Every time it shows up at the grocery store, it's on the top shelf. And sometimes I have to reach and climb up. And I'm afraid that if I climb up, all the shelving is going to come down. But sometimes it's like I can't get an employee to help me with a step ladder. And it's like the way that they have it, it's on the top shelf. So I have to reach up with my hand just to reach. And sometimes it's like 5 feet back. I'm like, how the hell am I going to get my mango madness or my kiwi strawberry if I can't even reach it? But, I wish they had them in the glass containers though, because it tastes better that way. But still with the plastic, it's very, very good. So yeah, I mean, it's just crazy because, you know what I mean? With 20,000 people, you would think you would have a minimum of 50 to 100, even if there's people busy, right? But I was looking at like numbers in the algorithm, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if people have to do an update on YouTube and people just leave their YouTube account open. But I think it like turned off notifications for anyone that had them on there. And I think they only give out like 10 out of like 20,000. That obviously is not fair, you know what I mean? But I can't complain about it. It's just, I did reaction videos early on, but that doesn't mean that someone that would watch a reaction video wouldn't be inclined if they were truly a fan of the channel, to check out what we're doing on the live streams, and who knows, sometimes these subs and views, maybe some of them are bots, you know what I mean, from before, because like you get bots on Twitter, bots on Facebook, bots on Instagram. I imagine there's bots on YouTube too, you know what I mean? And that would make sense that maybe some people are real and maybe some numbers are fake. They're just auto-generated by YouTube, by, fake accounts or whatever that are not even controlled by humans. It's just robots, different accounts that are set up by robos. So, it would just really be nice to be able to have more people, but I've really come to terms that the intimate, smaller group, it suits me well now. And eventually if we get bigger, great. But, you just have to keep positive. And again, if I had a chance to be able to have 100 to 1,000 people in the room, right, or be with you guys and have the people that I have now, I would rather be where I'm at now. Because if I have more people, there's going to be more toxic people, more headaches. I don't want my mods to have to work. I want them to be able to enjoy the stream. And eventually, somehow, some way, there'll be somewhere where hopefully we'll have some growth, whether it's mental health, NASCAR, baseball, something else. But regardless on how long it takes me, I'm never quitting. I mean, I'm already in this 11 years, so I plan on doing this for the rest of my life. So hopefully that ends up being a long life. But yeah, it's just not fair. I don't get the same. Also, too, I need new fans. So if I got all these old ones, and all the notifications are turned off, or they're robo people, or some are not interested or whatever, and they're not, coming to the streams, but it's like, I only got 2 opportunities to get like recommended. And every time I got recommended, you have 100 to 200 people in the room for usually 30 minutes to an hour. I'll gain 30 or 40 subs each time. But if I only have that happen a couple times a year, that might be the only growth that I have unless we get some randos or friends to come in, which isn't fair. But the bigger channels, they have that happen to them a couple times a week. So they're always growing because they're getting new people and they're getting recommended. So it's like you get one big channel that's getting recommended 2, 3, 4, 5 times a week. And then you get me that's recommended like twice in a year out of like 300 streams or more. It's kind of bullshit, you know what I mean? But it's all good. Again, more people doesn't mean better stream. More people can lead to toxic behavior and assholes. So, you know what I mean? And I don't want it to be where we have so many people where you guys don't want to be a part of the stream anymore. So protecting the vibe means more to me than, the more numbers in the room. And just because you have more people doesn't mean that you're going to have consistent sub, count where they're going to keep it. They might take it away. And just because you have more people in the room doesn't mean that they're going to support you, sub to the channel, share the channel, or even donate to you. Of course, it looks good on the screen, you know what I mean? But I'm kind of content with what we're at, but yeah, we did. Like I said, the first stream that we did, it was really rough. I think we had like $5 total, and that was like the worst stream I think we've ever had ever. And that was from Sarah. Thank God bless Sarah. We would have been at a 0, but that would have been really rough. I mean, an hour and a half of prep, stream for like 4 hours, and it's like I don't need to get $1 billion, but you think that you'd be a little bit more than at 5. So that was kind of frustrating. And then we did the second game, and then the second game we were at like 20. And then at that point, I still streamed a little bit after the game was over. And then I was about to quit and just like, fuck it. I'm just going to take my L. Let's just call it a day. Literally 10 seconds before I'm like, bye. And then Cyber came in, regardless if he donated or not. I was like, all right, I'll stay for like 15, 20 minutes and talk with him. And then after that happened, then Holly came, and then a few other people came. And then eventually we stayed for another 2 or 3 hours after that. And then I felt a hell of a lot better. I mean, obviously, and not necessarily just with the dono part. And, that we ended up having a great second half of that stream where we hit like over 300 to make it a good day. But instead of really the money being the X factor, the donos, it was the conversation that really calmed me down. And then we also were able to kind of open up and talk about some of the struggles. And then we found out that Holly is a mod for 10 to 12 channels, which I had no idea. And it seems like some people are trying to take advantage. She's not getting paid, by any of these people, and people are making her feel guilty and maybe trying to have her be a mod for the wrong reasons. And maybe people know Holly Hundo and think that the Hundo has all the money, but at least we get to know the Holly Winchell. So that's really what matters the best. And I think that I think we both ended up feeling better after opening up and kind of talking about things. So, but I swear no one gets hated on more than me. I mean, and I'm always trying to do, it's not like I've stuck to NFL and that's all I'm doing. I mean, I'm trying to do so many things, but it shows you how hard it is to gain someone's sub. Like a YouTube sub is 1 billion times harder to get and retain than any Instagram follower, Twitter follower, Facebook. Like to gain ground on YouTube and to keep that sub, it's like someone can watch you, someone can be a looky-loo, someone can like it, but that doesn't mean they're going to ever sub to you or donate to you ever. Maybe they're just going to spy on you. It's very competitive. And obviously the NFL market is way too oversaturated. I just want to get my fair shot to be able to get my name and my face and to get you guys as a group, us together in front of more people, because I honestly feel if you had people that are on other channels that came here, I'm not saying that they would leave the other big channel or small channel, but I think that if you got enough people to actually see what we're about, that we would get a good amount of people that would give us a shot, that they would maybe still go to the other guy or girl, but they would also give me some time and you guys some time here. You know what I mean? Because, it's very competitive and people are loyal, but I feel that there's a lot of people out there that don't know a channel like this exists. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of competition that's out there, but I don't feel there's a lot of people like us. You know what I mean? They're just being really genuine and honest. And, we have a very special group and I'm really proud of that. So, Pee Wee and Sploot, Victa. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to, and we'll still do mental health. We'll still do, wrestling. We got Royal Rumble, this Saturday. NASCAR will be coming up. Baseball will be coming up. So, it may not be, you're obviously going to be doing the Chief thing, but also we got March Madness coming up. So we can do some Kansas. So like if Kansas is on and, depending on if we have some tourney stuff. So we'll still have some opportunities to have certain things that you might be interested in. Not as much as a Chief love, but other things. And then hopefully the Royals can get back on track and maybe Bobby Witt Jr. can take a step up in his game and whatnot. So, but yeah, it's so oversaturated on NFL. It's just, because I mean, back in the day, there wasn't a lot. There was some, but there was about maybe 4 or 5 of us, and then now it's like hundreds, you know what I mean? But it's like a lot of these other channels, they're new ones. They're trying to do what, I'm doing and some of the other big boys are doing, but it's like, I don't know if they think they're going to get the similar results or whatnot. But yeah, it's very, very hard to be able to grow. But also too, it just depends if they like you or not. YouTube, you know what I mean? It's like, sometimes I feel like I said, I'm at the cusp of 20, but they make me feel like I'm at, like, instead of 20,000, 20 subs. That's what they make me feel like. I'm at 20 or 200. Like I'm this like brand new channel or something, like, but it is what it is. I'm going to still try different avenues, maybe do YouTube shorts or other little things and whatnot. I don't know. I've always been trying to do many, many things. And I know that if I do reaction videos and I stop doing live streams, I could get views and I can get subs, right? But I'm not going to make any money and then I won't be able to live. So it's like, yeah, I mean, what do I care about? Do I need to be able to get the views and the subs on reaction videos, or, do I like the personal communication part? I mean, that's the part that I like the most is, being able to talk with people. Because when you do reaction videos, people leave a comment, but I don't know who you are or what you're about or whatever. It's like, good reaction video, or you have some kind of comment about the game and I heart it or whatever, but that doesn't mean I know you. So it's like the first couple years, I didn't really know anybody. Like, people would comment or talk shit or whatever, but I don't know. I just felt like incomplete, and live streams is really more of what I am. So. Yes, exactly. Yeah, way too oversaturated, honestly. But also, like, I feel with like baseball and NASCAR, there's not very many. So I know that I can tap into those markets, but then I need to get people that are not going to be just looky-loos. I need to get people to sub, you know what I mean? And hopefully follow and share and maybe one day donate, you know what I mean? But it's like we get a lot of people watching, but I'm not sure if we're getting people that are willing to sub, you know what I mean? Which is unfortunate, but, I guess if you keep grinding it out, over time, it's like, dude, I've already done over 1,600 videos since 2017. Like, I mean, I'm a grinder, but it all depends if the algorithm and they like you or not, which is sad. Yep, it's true. Yeah, but I could be one of those people if they just gave me a little bit of a push. I mean, I can go from 20 to 25, you know what I mean, and kind of steamroll a little bit. But again, if you only promote me twice in 1 year, that's sad. You know what I mean? I'm recording almost every day and you're only going to do it for me twice, and like each time that they did it, I think we gained 30 to 50 subs, each time. But it's just, it's like a needle in a haystack. It's like you never know when it's going to happen and how long it's going to happen, and then you hope if it does happen, it's longer than just like 30 minutes or something, and it's not like a raid like these kids did yesterday where they're like raid and it was like 5 people. I was like, dude, I've never seen a channel try to raid with 5, 6 people. And then let alone on top of that, they came back and they were trying to poach people from here. And I was like, no, I was like, you obviously there is no, I mean, it's obviously like little kids and whatnot, it's like, you obviously don't understand YouTube chat etiquette or whatever, but $3 holla. Let me go get my my mango madness. And I guess let's go for 24 minutes. We're already at 3 hours and 36 minutes. So let's go for 24 more and then we'll call it a day and I'll go for my hour walk. And that'll be 2 hours walking today with me and the Paisley pup. Bang, bang. Jameson Meza, $3 holla. Yeah. But again, I think other channels have never seen someone that have numbers like me. But again, I never started off doing live streams from the very beginning. It started off as reactions. And so with all the reaction video people, they like turned all the notifications off for a lot of those people. But you would think, even if the notifications are off, if you subbed to me before, you know who I am. So it's not like I just quit. You know what I mean? So it's just very odd. There's got to be some robo numbers in there too, because I just find that very hard to believe with like 19, almost 20,000. It's like you're getting such a small amount. And a lot of us is just like the people that are the regulars and whatnot. But it is what it is, I guess. Yeah. But also I can get views, but I don't know if that's going to lead to subs because it's like TikTok. People just watch it. But just because you get like 1 million views on a short, that doesn't really mean that it's going to lead to anything. But maybe I'll try it. Yeah. I mean, I got the passion for NASCAR, MLB, and wrestling. I definitely got, but it's just, it's tough. It's tough to grind. So. Absolutely. They do. Absolutely, they do. And that's why, uploads are always going to be bigger than live streams, because it's like you have to be a part of that community. If you're just doing an upload, anybody can watch that at any given time. And it's usually like, a 20-minute video, 10-minute video, 5-minute video, and it's easier for people to go through. But obviously with the live streams, it's more about that community and getting to know people and whatnot. So, yeah. I mean, I do a lot of analytics and a lot of research too on my end. And I know a lot of it is like within the first 15 seconds, like they made this new rule that if you swear within the first 15 seconds, and that's the window that you can grab people, for attention, that they demonetize you. They used to not do that. So you would get people screaming and yelling, shit or whatever, bitch. And, and then they would do that like in the first 15 seconds and have some crazy thumbnail or whatever. And then that would grab those people. But a lot of times it's like what you say, in the first 15 seconds that grabs people's attention. But I don't know. I mean, like I said, we already know with like Twitch and YouTube, it's an amazing place to be able to make your dreams come true. But again, just like in the sports world, just because you're on Twitch and YouTube doesn't mean everyone's great on Twitch and YouTube. There's a lot of toxic people that are on there, just like they're on Twitter and everywhere else. So yeah, I guess that's a new thing, that if you're swearing within the first 15 seconds that they are going to demonetize you and you won't get monetized because of the swearing thing. They never used to do that before, but there's all these new rules and regulations and, the people that try to say that there's like little tips and whatnot, but there's like a rule book that you can go in. But again, I mean, there's been times where I'm doing a game and I'm not even showing video and they blocked it altogether. Like when I did the Orange Bowl and I did the Natty. There's like, you know what I mean? So sometimes you get these companies that they just get really, I don't know, something stick up their ass. And they're just like, well, I can hear the audio in the background, so we're just going to block this guy altogether. It's just, but at least when I get donos and a video gets blocked altogether, I still get to keep them. Thank God. Because if I ended up getting like a bunch of revenue and donos and then they just kept it, oh, I would be pissed. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, you blocked it and we're going to keep everything. But yeah. All right, let me go grab this Mango Madness real quick, and then we'll go for another 20 minutes. You guys let me know what you want to see. Jameson, let me know what you want to see, brother, and then we'll end the stream, and then I'll go exercise.
People think that I'm really intense, but it could be farther. Like, what the great shadow legend? What in the game? Now you need a weapon. Oh.
You sure?
Oh yeah. Oh whoa.
Download Raid Shadow Legends and get the legendary Ronda Rousey champion for free. Why responded to the call?
I don't know if it feels guilty or not.
I couldn't be more clear with opinion.
I got caught up in the emotion of the trial.
I could have testified, but I got scared. I'm expected to be tough on crime.
I know my son. Listen, I'll never forget his final words. Forgive them.
All right, I'm back. This might be like my favorite drink now. I mean, I like the kiwi strawberry a lot, but I mean, when you put this in the freezer and it's almost like slushy type of status, and God, it's so good. It's like so refreshing. It reminds me of like Otter Pops and stuff like when you were a kid, you had the different flavors, the blue, the grape, and the red, and all the different flavors. It kind of gives me that vibe. Oh, so good. The flavor is just unbelievable. Yeah. And like I said, I've still been doing good with like the alcohol and stuff too. Like I said, I had 1/2 beer or 3/4 of a beer when I went to the Blazer game with my buddy, just as a kind of like a get together celebration, but I haven't had anything since. So it's not like I feel I have to, but I feel it's made a little bit of a difference in my overall mindset and whatnot. But again, everyone's got their vices on what they go to: wine, beer, liquor, weed. But I have been doing like dispensary, obviously. So I got the gummies and whatnot, but I've been starting to buy a few more pre-rolls and stuff, just like 1 gram pre-roll. And I can get a gram pre-roll for like $4 of something that's like 26% or 30%. And then I can just go for a walk, in the dark, bring that with me and just walk with Paisley, and then just, listen to music and just, and just get away from everything and just be able to, not have to, listen to my own thoughts and just kind of escape a little bit and get the exercise in and whatnot. So, yeah, I mean, you can see. I mean, I'm not sure if they have that, but also too, if you're monetized, so I think you have to have a certain amount of views and you have to have a certain amount of subs if you're getting monetized for your video. So that way you can get paid for like ads. But if you don't have enough in that end, then they may not block it. But I think it's for people that are like YouTube partners once you hit that threshold. But if you're not at that threshold, I'm not sure if they would block you. So. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, they're so good. Yeah, even the kiwi strawberry one is good too, because I found myself, if I drink too many mangoes in a row, I can switch to the Gatorade Blue. That's the other option I do, right? But I always like to have that different flavor taste. So once I do like 2 or 3 in a row, I have to switch it, and usually I'll switch to the blue, but it's like I don't want to do more than 2 or 3 in a row of one. I like to be able to switch back and forth, but unfortunately, all the kiwi strawberry ones were sold out, but they had about 4 or 5 of the mangoes, and I try to always grab every one that I see because I just don't know when they're going to have them again. But it's kind of like when I was doing the Modelo Cheladas, like they would be there and they're not. But ever since I stopped buying them, every time I walk, they're there now because I was probably buying 90% of those Cheladas that came in. I'm like, oh, I'm buying that. Pineapple mango buy. I mean, every once in a while I think, damn, that would be kind of tasty to have, but I still get my mango flavor here and the kiwi and the blue. So I'm good, plus I'm losing weight, or at least I'm trying to, so it's like I'm walking, but sometimes I'm not eating the healthiest thing before or after, but it's a battle that we go through. Okay. Yeah. Gator Light. I've had Zero before. Yeah. I think anything really Powerade or Gatorade tastes good. I don't think I've ever had one that tasted bad, Yeah. It was good for the time being though. You know what I mean? It definitely was refreshing and it made the time go, All right. Spencer Strider and his Stonehouse. Okay. I got you. Yeah, I just wish that there wasn't so many people, doing NFL, so I could just at least get a fair opportunity, just to be able to get my name out there and whatnot. But lots of competition. You know what I mean? Lots of followers, not necessarily leaders. Like people, it's like, especially when someone gets popular, they may not even know if your channel is good or not. But if they see there's a big sub count or a lot of people, sometimes that's good enough for them. People just following where the subs are or where the people are in the room. But it's all good. Everyone's journey is different, and everyone works hard to get where they are. It's I just feel that we will end up making up for the lack of maybe subs and views, and it'll end up working out in the end. You know what I mean? It's like I said, it's not always all about those type of things. Sometimes it's to be able to build the connections and the bonds, and I'm more grateful about that. Like I said, if we had 20,000 right now and I had 100 people in the room all the time, of course that's exciting, but again, if it's a toxic place, then I would not be happy. So like a Pedialyte. Okay. Okay. How does it taste? Does it taste like Gatorade or no? Candace in the building. How are you? We got about 15 minutes before I take off, but great to see you in the room. Now we got another regular, Sarah's friend, Candace. We're bringing more and more females into the chat, which is always so good. Appreciate that. All right, let's get a couple photos here for Jameson. We got one here with Strider on the mound with his two-seam fastball with the white top white pants, and looking like he's gonna just get about 14 Ks. And then I got another one that's like a collage with 4 Spencer Strider images, big face, and then him in motion, him looking down. So I can describe them to Jameson here, and then let's get the Stonehouse here as well. How are you doing, Candace? See if I can get a Stonehouse, record-breaking rookie season, all-pro, second team. Show a little love for the Titans punter. We always talk about Tommy. Let's talk about Jameson's Titans a little bit here. And we got one right here. Stonehouse, all-pro, 2022 second team. Very cool. And then I got another one here for you, Jameson, a collage. The collage stuff is always cool because you never know. They're always going to have multiple photos. Looks like they have him. Looks like he's a Michigan State Spartan. And then they have him in the green and the white punting. And then him in the Titan uniform punting. And then just a photo of him just with his hat backwards on the right. Very cool. Appreciate you. Thank you, Jameson. Oh, twisted the ankle bowling. Need to get some ice on that. Some icy hot. Oh, they got IRS out here. Wow, they got a lot of money on that table. Oh, they got $1 Million Man there as well. Wow, that's crazy. Well, I hope it feels better. Yeah, anytime you twist an ankle, it definitely takes a little time, usually, 3, 4, 5 days. Hopefully the swelling isn't too bad. Anything that you want to see, Candace? You want some Niner photos before I go? Yeah, I think we talked about him too. Oh, Colorado State. Okay, I was looking at the uniform. I didn't know if that was Michigan State or Colorado State. Okay. Yeah, because I just glanced at it briefly. I thought that was maybe Michigan State. I just glanced at it. But yeah, Colorado, that makes sense. I was going to say, I didn't think that was Michigan State, but I just glanced at it. All right, let's do the Michael Turk up here. Paisley's getting ornery, I think, so she's ready for a walk. You have any predictions on where he might go? I mean, obviously, it's not going to be the Chiefs because we got Tommy there. Hi, Paisley. Do you miss Daddy? You got kicked out of the room. Were you being bad? Hi. Hi. Yeah, we're definitely going to be on the punting and kickers. So we'll definitely be doing some more research on that moving forward. Oh, why would they want him on the Chiefs? You already got a great one. Silly Chief fans. Do you find a lot of other Chief fans don't like Tommy? Like they like to criticize him? I know we've heard stuff from like former players and stuff, but your interactions on other Chief only streams or Chief fan pages, like I'm not really sure if you're a part of fan groups on Facebook or other platforms, but I know there's, Chief streamers. And when you get together with Chief fans, I mean, how is that experience for you when you go somewhere where it's only Chiefs? Is it positive or is it negative? Or yeah, I need to do that too. I have so much reading. I mean, me and Sarah are going to be just up to our eyeballs with like film and reading. Oh, okay. Let's go some Niners. Candace, you got a particular favorite 49er player you want me to throw up? I'm going to throw up some just Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, just some old school. Hi, Paisley. We're going to go for a walk. What do you think about that? Spend some time with Dad. It's really funny too, when I prayed to have a dog, like I want to be able to have a puppy that I can watch TV with and like relax with, but I want a dog that I'm able to like snug with. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to be able to like, she's facing this way and I'm able to put my head on her head, or she can lay her head on my head or chest. And then I can, lift up her paw and I can kind of, put my hand on her like stomach or like there, and we can just kind of cuddle and snug. And a lot of times dogs don't let you do that unless they really trust you or love you. And it's just kind of a nice feeling. I can tell when she gets tired and she doesn't fight it. And I'm not going to hug her or snug with her if she doesn't want to, but she definitely likes to lay on me. It's just, she's just getting so big now. A lot of times if you're on the couch or on a certain area, and if a dog is weighing 50 to 70 pounds, depending on where they're laying on you, like I can't have her lay on me after I just eat. My stomach is going to hurt, but we try to find a good position to be able to kind of snug and whatnot. And it's the best thing. It's literally the best thing where you can just sit there, watch TV, snug, relax, and take a little nap. But it's crazy the body heat from a dog. It's crazy because like you wouldn't think like the body heat, because I can tell when she gets hot from laying on my leg, and I can tell like if I get a little bit hot, if I have like a comforter or if she's like laying there. But there's only a certain time where we can snug, and we're too hot, and then she'll like crawl out and lay like on the top there and whatnot. But she loves to snug with dad for sure. It's the best thing in the world. Never had a dog like this before. Oh, Snuggies are so incredible. All right, I'll get you some George Kittle. Yeah, how is Bandit doing? Bandit doing good, getting bigger? Still spending a lot of time with your dad? Your dad spends the most time with Bandit, right? Every dog or cat kind of has its, not necessarily like its favorite, but they're just like the one that they feel comfortable with. But sometimes it depends on if it's the one that spends the most time. But the dog snugs are so good. And I call that though with the George Kittle. I mean, like I said, it's like every game I know I'm going to be able to predict at least a couple big things. It's just nice too when I can think of something and then I say it and then it happens. It's not going to happen all the time, but I feel like on almost every playoff game, there's going to be at least 2 or 3 things that I can predict before happening. But that big explosive George Kittle play, I knew something like that was happening. I don't know if that's the sports gods or the ESP or, you know what I mean? I don't know what the communication is happening for me to come up with these type of things, but also with like the Juszczyk play, I was like, Juszczyk is going to get the ball. They haven't got him the ball all game. And then literally one play after I said that, boom, Juszczyk got the ball, never got the ball rest of the game except for that one play. And I don't know, maybe it's just because I think like an OC or I think like a defensive coordinator. And I think, okay, what would I do if I was out there on the field with these guys and stuff? And then sometimes maybe that coach and me are on the same wavelength or whatever. But it's always cool when you can predict something. Like, oh, okay. They're thinking what I'm thinking. All right. But that catch from George was one of the game-defining catches that swung the momentum. You could just tell, like, all they needed to do is get George involved. They did, and then he had that impact play that changed the whole outcome of the game. It was awesome. I've always liked George. 18. Yeah, add another 50 pounds to that, and that's probably where Paisley's at. How old is Bandit now? Paisley's like a year and 4 months now already. It's crazy. 202 with a 198. Yeah, it's just crazy, the body heat. Like sometimes you're just like, oh, this is so nice, But then it's like I get hot. That's why I don't wear like pants. I just wear shorts. But when I got the heater on, like when I'm done streaming, I'll go in the living room, and sometimes I'll have to leave the door open and it's cold. So I can't have the heater on because this is what Paisley does. Okay, as soon as I get comfortable and I got like the blanket and I got the pillow and I'm scrolling on my phone, starting to read or watch TV, woo, and I'm like, all right. Do you need to pee? Do you need poop? Do you need food? Make sure that the dog food is in there. The water bowl's good, and then, woo, and she'll like make all the little moans and groans. And then I'll sit down, I'll get up, I'll open the door. And then, maybe she'll go pee or poo. Maybe she doesn't. Then I'll close the door. And then she'll do it again. It's like it's like having a kid. Like literally, I never can rest with Paisley. I'm the one that spends the most time. But it's like as soon as I get comfortable, all right, and then I got to get up. And then if I leave the door open, then it's going to be freezing cold because it's not like we have a doggy door. I have a sliding glass door, and then I have like concrete, and then I have like this high, it's like bars, like a fence that goes all around, so she can't jump over it. And then I got to make sure she's not woofing, and she sees a cat, woof, sees a dog, woof, sees a person, woof, sees a leaf blow by, woof. And we have a bunch of squirrels that run around, and every time she sees one, she runs out trying to eat it or chase it. Never does, but yeah, but definitely it's one of those things that, it's like, I sometimes I don't want to get irritated, you know what I mean? But I just understand, it's like having a child or a puppy or a cat or a kitty, sometimes you are always moving, but sometimes it's just nice if I can get her to a point. Okay, you're fed. You don't want any snacks. You pooped, you peed, no more snacks, no more food. Now can we just snug? And then she'll get to a point, and then I know she's good, but sometimes it takes a while for her to get there. So almost 7 months. Oh, nice. Jerry, baby. Joe. Well, I appreciate you guys. We got about a minute and 30 seconds. It'd be a good time to, I had a good time. Like I said, you know what I mean? And it's like, it's quality over quantity. And like I said, anytime that there's nothing going on, we'll just do the mental health, and I'll do episode 2, episode 3. And then if we end up doing a stream, then we'll have to skip one, and then that'll be episode 4. But we'll keep it moving and have a little bit of structure. Charlotte Flair coming out with her dad, Rick. But thank you so much for all your guys' time and energy. And I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys so much. You guys are the best. And we'll go over some of the photos here in a second, and then we'll end up calling it a day. I know. Oh my gosh, you have no idea. Like when Paisley does it, like I don't think she realizes how big her body has gotten. You know what I mean? For her to turn around in a short space, and like when she's stepping on me, it's like you don't weigh 5 pounds anymore. You weigh like 50 to 70 pounds, and you're like kind of hurting me. You know what I mean? Like let's just say that she's stepped on me in places that don't feel very good before. There's been situations where. I've never thrown her off the couch or the bed or anything like that. But yeah, let's just say she gets dancy paws and when she gets excited. And let's say there's been certain places that have gotten stopped a few times from Paisley, but not in a bad nature. But, with animals, you never know what's going to happen. So, but she's getting to be a big girl. And yeah, I absolutely love her. So there you go. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Do you want to have anything here at the last minute? I want to make sure we can at least show some acknowledgement for you. We can go for like 2, 3, 4 more minutes. I can throw some photos up. You got anything to kind of get you off to a good Monday to Tuesday? Bang, bang, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $10 holla. Thank you so much. Means a lot. Appreciate you. Anything else last minute you want to see? Like I said, if you don't, then it's fine. But I always want to ask you and, give you that option. Anything you want to see? Penguins, Corgi, Tommy. I mean, I can just throw a little bit up here while you're deciding, but let me know what you want. Let's try to get at least something. One last thing for you, and then we can call it a day. And then I'll go for a walk with Paisley. So, okay, let's do that. Hey, we were thinking right there. So I was like, okay, we'll go right there. So we got those ones. These are ones that are always on my computer. So that if you're ever wondering, like, how's he getting them up so quick? I have like 100 files, and I have to delete some to make room for others. But there's always going to be some that will always be on here. And let's get a couple more on here, and then we can call it a day.
Now, I know I stand here, your SmackDown Women's Champion, but Monday Night Raw will always be my home.
It's the Raw Women's Champion, the EST, Bianca Belair. Two women who sit atop their respective mountains in this industry. Bianca Belair, the Raw Women's Champion. Charlotte Flair, the SmackDown Women's Champion.
And when the time is right, I can't wait to see another one of these. This will be great to be able to see, obviously, mentally, physically, when the time is right, and maybe in a few months when things kind of calm down and everything, and when you're in a good headspace mentally, physically, it'd be great to be able to see what you can come up with from here to hear. We always enjoy your art, and can't wait to see the next piece. Great artist you are. Never give up on that. You know what I mean? It's something that not everyone can do, and it definitely gives me joy, and it gives I know a lot of people in the room joy as well. So, well, I appreciate you so much. Oh yeah, great leg extension too. I will have a good walk, even though it's cold, but you guys are great. Thank you so much for all your generosity. And like I said, sometimes, it's just nice to be able to have good conversation. And sometimes it's good. It doesn't have to be like, oh, this game or this game, where it can just be, who knows what we talk about, who knows where we go. But it's always a pleasure to be able to spend time with you guys. You guys are the best. Jameson always representing for the guys and the dudes, and then we usually have amazing females that are always here. It's always going to be me, Jameson, and then all of the rest of the female goats. Being amazing people as you guys are, every single one of y'all. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Let's go over the photos here one last time, and then we'll call it a day. Little Spencer Strider, Ryan Stonehouse for Jameson. We got a little Michael Turk. I'm going to keep my eye on Michael Turk, see where he goes. And a little Joe Montana, a.k.a. Joe Burrow. A little Jerry Rice. A little George Kittle for Candace there. And a little Tommy Winch for Mrs. Winchell. Miss Winchell. Miss Winchell Townsend. Appreciate you very, very much. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. And I'm going to be back tomorrow, and we'll be doing the mental health motivation episode 2, and we'll go after it unless there's some other event or something that we can do. But I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I will be back tomorrow. I love you and appreciate you. Mental health is very, very important, as we know. Hi, Paisley. Are you ready to go for a walk? She's looking at me. So she is. I would pick her up, but I think she would run away. I'm done. We're going to go. All right. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for every single person that donated, every single person that shared, every single person that just came in to hang out and were good vibes. I can't wait to see what happens there. Have a good night. Candace, Jameson, Holly, Sarah. Sarah, you always do a great job. Holly, you're a goat. Candace, new to the channel. What a pleasure. And Jameson, you're an OG. And anyone else that's watching, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. And I'm out. Gang. Love you guys.